Recording in progress.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is, time is flying, June 3rd. We have a great show planned for you. We are actually on our 30th episode. It's really 31, but I messed up because I skipped a week, so whatever. And our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. If you haven't joined us for this series, we started out this series with reading through a study done by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. That study, I'm surprised they revealed as much as they did, but I guess that's their form of disclosure. They talked about the power of consciousness, how they were able to literally, under infrared light, show the process of manifestation, meaning someone using their thoughts to create a hologram. They also talked about the concept of time and how it's taught isn't true. They also talked about astral traveling and a wide variety of things. They talked about literally creating your own reality and how you are a very powerful being. So if you are just joining us for this series, I highly recommend you go back to that first episode, even if it's just to pull that document. You should read through that document yourself and have it for your records. So we was going to end there, and then Brother Sean found some supplement material with a book, and you can get this book for free. The PDF version off of Google, Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Cragg. And you can also get it on Amazon. And in this particular book, the author took a bunch of the ancient text and she went over the true history of the planet. She did an excellent job. She, out the gate, admitted that there was definitely an alien invasion on this planet by the Anunnaki. They were the first ones, but when they arrived, there were already indigenous people on the planet in the Americas 450,000 years ago. So in this book, she talks about the origins of religion, the origins of political systems, etc. She did an absolutely excellent job with the book. So we was going to end there. And then shout out to Sis Trusty. I see her in the chat room. She literally found the Terra Papers for me. I have been looking for that for years. It's out of print. So she sent me that, and that's where we are now. We are going over the Galactic War story with these different beings and the Anunnaki, and it's going into details, the origins of religion, the different creation stories, plural, and a whole host of other things. Okay, so I'm really excited about this series. So before I bring on my co-host, just want to send a shout out to YouTube World. I see you all out there. Shout out to Nuwa. A shout out to my son Scotty. Shout out to LTC. That's what I abbreviate them. Legendary Top Cat. Shout out to Jay Rish. Shout out to Sis Tressie. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Know Thyself. Shout out to American Indian Star. And I know I'm missing somebody. I'm probably missing somebody. Shout out to Randy. Oh, hey, Orlando. Peace and love, brother. Good to see you. And then shout out to everybody in YouTube land that's not in the chat. So with that said, let me bring on my co-host. I see Sis Sandra, so let me bring her in. So sis, I'm about to mute you. Son Scotty, if you're ready to come on a little line, throw your hand up. Okay, sis, there you go. Sis Sandra, your line it should be open.
It is. Thank you so much. I should do like 832. Sandra!
I know, right? Sandra, right.
Feathers up.
Right.
You tickle me with that.
Right.
I just had to do that for some reason. Greetings, family. Greetings.
Good to hear your voice, sis. How are you?
Thank you. I'm great, and good to hear your voice too, Sister Anna. And Brother Sean, whenever you get on the board, hey.
Yeah, he's not on the board yet. Yeah, I don't see him yet, so he'll get here when he gets here. Okay. All right, so with that said, you get to start out with child. You know, I had to do, I wind up dropping 2.
I saw that title.
Child.
You know, I don't know why they all, the 3-letter agency coined that phrase to dissuade people from thinking truth of anybody but their platform.
Right. And you know how many people were demonetized? How many people got totally kicked off of the social platforms because they said out the gate exactly what I read through? Because that was the article that I read through. That was off of Fox News. Everything that they are saying in that article is initially out the gate.
Right.
What folks were saying, and they caught a lot of flack with it, and even with the article coming out, I still had to talk in code.
Strange.
It's just not right.
Well, those 3-letter agencies, they came over here for a purpose. And that purpose was the melanated people of the indigenous class,
Mm-hmm.
because we are their targets. I've figured that out, because they were over there in Germany as one, as the SS, and then they came here as the paperclip, and then they do the MSM Main Street as the Mockingbirds, and then we have that other fake moon luncheon stuff with that
Mm-hmm.
agency. But my father told me years ago when I was a kid that we're the target, and they have a dossier on every last one of us.
Oh, I know my file is probably stacked at this
Yeah,
at this little point.
yeah.
Hey.
So Hitler, so-called Hitler, knew who we were, and he wrote a piece on that,
Mm-hmm.
because they don't want us around, and so they want to control this entire planet because we are the original.
Yeah, and I kind of I have a different spin on it. I don't think they don't want us around. I think it's the opposite.
Well, we bring
Because without no us, there is no them.
that's right. We bring that consciousness, and
Yeah. And our consciousness runs everything. So they want to keep us, but they want to keep us under control so they can keep the terraforming going on, etc., etc. And
hence the hoochie coochie, right?
yeah, but like I said, and I've been consistently saying it, that's part of it. But the bigger, yeah, okay, you can say that. They're using that for multiple fronts. Number one, I definitely think it's to crash the economy. I said that out the gate when they first mentioned it. I'm like, yeah. But it is definitely, overall, it is about the planet frequency rising.
Mm-hmm.
They are trying to adjust to keep hold on the planet's frequency rising.
Right.
I think that it's going to be a split from a matrix perspective, where it's going to be planet is going to move on, it's going to vibrate higher, and then the realm is going to split and stay either in 3D, and some people say we're in 4D, or go to 4D, but it'll still be a lower vibrational realm. So these particular entities can keep running their program in that lower frequency realm, because it is very well quite obvious to me that they cannot operate in a higher frequency. So at the end of the day, all of this is really about, folks moving on. The planet's moved on. People's consciousness should be matching the planet, going to a higher place, moving on. And ultimately, that's what they're trying to prevent. Because once you place your focus on what you want to do, you create something new, and you be like, look, I'm done with this. That's game over. It's pretty much game over.
Well, Furbrains did say that. I heard her say that if you have anything artificial about you, you ain't gonna get out of this realm.
I agree.
Yeah, she did say that.
Yeah, I totally agree, because with us reading through these different ancient texts,
mm-hmm.
That's been a prevalent theme about the terraforming on the planet.
They're terraforming humans now.
Yeah, but they've been doing that out the gate. It ain't now. Based if we go
talking
by the ancient text, they've been kind of doing that.
now with them, but now they really after us a lot. That's what I'm saying. There's so many of us lining up for that crud, and because they control the narrative of fear.
Yeah, and I think it's everybody. I don't think it's just the melanated people. It's everybody across the planet because they need to feed. That's the bottom line. They
Yeah.
need to feed.
Exactly.
So,
But
uh-huh.
on the other hand, there's a lot of people still asleep, and there's things going on in the banking system. There's things going on in the court system that's different than we used to have. And people are like, what's going on? You can't get money. You have to come back in 45 minutes, all kind of stuff I heard. And then in the courts, there's no judges. And there's no order there anymore. Because I was dealing with a case I have in probate. And I was supposed to do this Monday. And I went to check in for Monday for the phone because, since the COVID, you can't get in there, or they just opened it up not too long ago, and I'm just not going. So they told me you can't do it, and I'm like, wait a minute, you gave me this date, so I had to call and find out what's going on. And she said, well, things are things are and she said, I said, well, they're kind of crazy right now. She said, yeah, there's no judge. So I said,
did California open back up?
I know it's supposed to be June 15th.
Oh, okay.
I guess the virus is going to behave by June 15th.
Whatever.
They tickle me with this stupid stuff. And people fall for all this stuff.
That's on them. I mean, that's their choice. I'll put it that way. I'm not wasting my time. I'm not begging. I'm not trying to figure out why people do what they do when they did it. It is what it is. That's their choice. Because I've moved on from it. I've moved on. I just wanted to point out that, wait a minute, initially when that hit, folks said that it was everything that I mentioned in that article. That's what folks said out the gate. So now, after you didn't shut down people's platforms, after the populace, 95% were criticizing and ridiculing people. Oh, you just ignorant, blah, blah, blah. You just like to start controversy, this, that, and the third. They come out with disclosure and say exactly what people were saying out the gate.
Yeah.
I'm just simply pointing out the hypocrisy. And I saw somebody on a post say, I don't hear y'all apologizing to the people that told y'all that it was a release, blah, 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 blah. I don't hear you apologizing.
No.
Now, I mean, everybody's silent. All of the 95% that talked all of that shit, like my grandmother used to say, one of my grannies, the one that was off the chain. You quieter than the hooker in church. You real silent. Nobody has anything to say. So I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, those 95% probably fell for the mainstream news and
they always do. They always do. That's what they bank on for the 95%. I mean, of course, they want 100%. They really want, to be honest, no more than 99.5%. Or no, they only want 0.5 as the resistance, because it really only takes 1% that's really focused to reverse their game. You don't even need the 95%.
Well, they're giving you donuts. They're giving you. Oh, we're getting gift certificates of $50 in California to do what they want you to do.
They don't have a lottery there yet. Cali, y'all broke as hell
Oh,
though.
yeah, we have a lottery. We have a
Okay, they
lot.
do.
Yeah, I never played a thing because it's all rigged. Uh,
Yeah, but they had the lottery for if you go on and get.
oh no, I think it was offering a $50 gift
Yeah, they
certificate.
cheap as hell in Cali because Ohio was the first one out the gate with the lottery, and they just did the second drawing yesterday. Um, and it was a melanated young lady who won the scholarship. Um, and then another man, Caucasian man, won the $1 million. I forgot the people that won the first one. So they're on their second round. So they're giving away 5 million here and 5 state scholarships to a college. But I do know other states now are starting to also do the lottery thing. And because their goal is to have 70% of the population.
That is so crazy. And
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a
people,
lot.
I mean, how can you put a value on your life? How much you worth?
Again, that's their life.
I know it.
That's their life.
I know it. I know it. It's just annoying.
Because some people don't even value their life at $1 million.
Some people don't even have a donut.
Exactly. Some people it's a 2-piece and a biscuit. So whatever they place their value on, that is their business. That's their right. Okay, it was a Caucasian lady that won the first drawing. Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember if it was a Caucasian lady or a Caucasian man. Yeah, so, child, it is what it is. Again, I don't like to spend a lot of time on that because I'm a firm believer in let the dead bury the dead. People have a right to do what they want with their body, with their consciousness. I just wanted to point out the huge double standard.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
It's double standard. Now, did some people swing on the far right side with the virus that kept flip-flopping? 1 minute it wasn't real, the next minute it was. They was trying. Absolutely, they did. I'm not even talking about that. I made it clear that out the gate, the truthers, everything that I read in that article is out the gate what those truthers were saying. And they shut them down relatively quickly. That's a double standard. I'm sorry. And it's pure censorship.
Yeah, it is. They say that old boy is returning in August, right? And
Girl, wait a minute. Go ahead, sis. Go on and name who your boy is.
Old Trumpy boy is returning in August, they said. And now some of them are trying to say, that's true. They really kind of coming out with little articles to say, well, yeah, maybe so. But then there's come out with articles that his mental status is off. And you talking about somebody's mental status is off. You really reaching when you got one up there pretending to be, and he can't even finish a sentence. So, but they, yeah, he's coming back. These audits. What I heard was they knew that they were going to have a problem. And
see that's the thing that I have with the Q elemental PQ now. That's the problem I have with them because number one, their claims are so ridiculous and ain't shit came from their claims. I said out the gate that it was a psyops and it was put out there to derail the Trump card supporters and make them look even more crazier than they already were. So any type of dates that these people are putting out, it has no relevance because they haven't met anything. Nothing has come to fruition. Now, I don't know why adults would keep sitting up here and letting people lie to them with not any proof. Don't nobody have to prove nothing but the actual people that fucking tell the truth. Let me say that again. No one else has to prove anything but the actual people fucking telling the truth. Even when we bring you the sources. Well, here's the source, sir, ma'am. Here's the source. Well, but anybody can come and just say some of the most insane shit. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. That's what's gonna happen. Really? I don't have patience for people like that.
Well,
Your intellect, you have instantaneously turned me the fuck off. I don't entertain that. I'm not finna spend my precious time listening to no motherfucking video. People know, don't send me that patriarch shit. Don't send me that Q elemental P them shit. And be real careful on the galactic shit that you send me. Because it's all psyopsis. I don't have the patience for it. I do not understand how grown-ups can sit up on their ass year after year after year after year after year and hear the same shit. This date missed, that date missed, this date missed. Ain't nothing nobody said come to fruition. And you still hanging on everyone's word. You're groupies. You're not adults. You don't live in the real world. You're not logical. I don't have the patience for that. You're not spiritually mature enough to create anything on your own. I have no fucking patience for that. I just don't. So this whole conscious community is riddled, and that's on both sides if you want to include the Caucasians in there with the truthers. And what blew my mind when I was just totally done is that the melanated conscious community latched on to Q elemental P them. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You just 2-3 years ago was saying, fuck the white man, he ain't shit, he ain't that, he the devil. But now everything that's coming out of this group's mouth is gospel to you? And you've been in the conscious community for fucking decades. Spewing how highly spiritual you are, and we're gods, we're kings, we're queens. But soon as somebody come with another gimmick that you think you can get a come up versus actually putting some fucking work in, you don't care about none of that shit. Oh yeah, this is what's gonna happen. But you're supposed to be highly spiritual and in tuned. Because of course they're gonna have truth to it. They would have to have some semblance of truth to it to even bring it to the conscious community. So you minx to tell me, Mr. and Mrs. Gurus, that's been doing spirituality shit for fucking decades, that's considered elders, that you can't see through that. You don't have the spiritual discernment to shift through the bullshit. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Spiritual Elders, after you have made much money, and some of you haven't made a lot in your defense, but nonetheless, you made money based on your spiritual guru-ness and your experience. But Q Elemento P them, what come up out of their mouth is gospel. I don't have the patience for that. I don't have the patience for it. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't want to hear adults sitting up here talking the same shit year after year after year after year after year after year, and they ain't done shit. And this is especially, as I said last week, with the elders. I don't respect it. Because the decades that you spent with all the schemes, all of the twists and turns, goddamn it, somebody should have something. Somebody should have something. So no, I don't respect it. I'm not supporting it. And no, like I said last week, and I stand on what I say, the next generation, they shouldn't have anything to do with you all. They should move on and do their own things. Because you have nothing original. You ain't done a goddamn thing. I don't respect it. Show yourself approved. Shit, you've been in this realm long enough. You say you know. You are God, you're queens, you kings. And I say all I see is the crust on your motherfucking feet. Show yourself approved or shut the fuck up. I don't have the patience for it. And in the meantime, the realm is speeding up. You're supposed to be speeding up with your consciousness getting sharper. Creating. Because if you're focusing on you, if you're focusing on creating the reality you want, you don't have time to run nobody else's program. So when you're reaching out to what the Patriots say, you're reaching out to what Q Elemental P them say, you're reaching out to what the Hoteppers say, you're reaching out to what the ADOS say, and even the indigenous community. You don't have your own personal agenda, your own plan, that's not a good thing. You're supposed to know what your purpose is first. Because if you don't know what your purpose is, what's your point? Anybody else that you follow, you're following their purpose. You're looking for a Messiah. That's childlike. You're not supposed to be at that point in your spirituality right now. That's why you're supposed to be focused on working on self. So I know I keep talking about it. I have to keep bringing it up because I'm serious about what the fuck I'm saying. I just don't have the time for it. But I'm sorry, sis, go ahead. Oh, let me bring on son Scotty.
Hey, I listen to, they don't have any dates, but they have one for that date, though. They try not to give dates, they say. And, everybody has their dreams. Everybody has their wishes, and everybody has their goals. And each person has where they want to be in life when it's all said and done. Now, if we're going to leave the realm, then that means there's going to be some kind of split somewhere as the planet vibrates up. And because they're talking about the 1,000 years of peace, too. And I'm like, ooh.
But the 1,000 years of peace for whom? because and the reason I had to stop the Pilgrim series was to kind of make sure that the audience understands that at the end of the day, this is still about spirituality,
Yeah.
and kind of bring everything back into perspective. I'm only going through this material with this ancient text to prove a point and to show patterns.
You know, what my thing is, when they call on their religious beliefs all day long and their religious dogma about that J-boy, then you give papers that say who created that J-boy. Then you get the Christianity part of it that was created by the Popey boy and his dogma, and he's part of the fallen ones. So I'm trying to figure out how they're going to work that out in the end. They're on the same team. The only thing I can figure out is that the creation has turned against the creator. And
Very well could be.
They don't understand that that's what they're doing. But then again, they may. I don't know. Because
Right.
you get somebody who's talking Lucifer in one breath and Jesus in another. And that's the Pope. They worship both of them. So
Exactly.
do the people realize this is what they're doing? If you look in Ephesians, the 2nd chapter, they say what they got. They brought him. They found him. They found him. It's not. How can you find, like, it's like America? How can you find something that wasn't lost?
Child.
So it's kind of, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. Now they're not, the powers that be on the left side don't want the people over there talking on the right side about the J. But the people on the right side says the left side is bad because they don't talk about the J.
Right. So somebody is asking, Sis Thelma is asking, what's NRG?
NRG?
Yeah. Did you say NRG?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Never mind.
Oh, no, I didn't say NRG.
Okay, no worries, sis. Go ahead.
I think they got some kind of system.
Oh, and J. They said, and what's J?
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Susa.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Jesus. Jesus, Nisi. Jesus.
Yeah. So the
It reminds me of the Chronicles of Riddick. You know, they had the Jesus type character that was going intergalactically, you know, supposedly saving these people. But really they were, you know, the Luciferian type energy.
Yeah,
they were
trapping
harvesting
them.
those people.
Exactly, because that whole Jesus is a program.
Yeah, and these papers, these Terra Papers is showing that, and I'm just sitting back and watching the show, really, and this is what the show is going to be, because it doesn't make sense for you to put all your faith and your hope in that process, because if you look up the word rapture, etymologically, it does not mean passion. So, you know, and I don't know, it's kind of, there's got to be a split somewhere on this.
Yeah, because it just has to be, because if your consciousness is not tuned into the programming, then something's got to give.
Yeah.
So, but you know, and that particular Jesus program, or ISUS, because we talked about that in the Terra Papers last week.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not about Jesus. It's about any Messiah type deity worship. It's the same program. They just swap out the names of the deities. That's why I'm going back over this, because this isn't new to me. Now, details in there are new, because I wasn't able to read through all the Terra Papers before I lost it. But the basic concepts of it, it's not new to me.
Right.
The swapping out of the deities. And you still have people in the quote-unquote conscious community that's spiritual. Let them tell it. They on a regular motherfucking basis. And they travel rounds and they do this and they do that. But as soon as you offend one of they motherfucking sky daddies, they come a-swinging. Because soon as I put Inky Binky num ass on blast, I cannot tell you how many people were in my comments. They gonna come get you. I'm like, bitch, if you don't get out of my queue, I'm gonna come get you. And let's see how Inky Binky gonna save your ass when I fuck you up in the realm for bothering me with this bullshit. And I was just blown away. And then it hit me. Ron, it's just the same program. They just latched on to another program. Because that's the goal, to keep you in one of the programs so you will never break free to truly create what you want. Because once you break up out of them programs, you create what you want. You can destroy and create. That's a wrap. And so the conscious community want to down the church. Well, that's obvious. People in the church are stuck. But you have just as many people that's not in the church that claim they are spiritual in a conscious community that are stuck. And they don't even know they're stuck. Even, it gets so deep, even folks that astro travel, they don't even use that power like they should. They be astro traveling, bullshitting off. I mean, bullshitting off. So it is what it is, and people are free to that. I'm just not personally interested. That's why I took a break from the Pilgrims stuff, and thank God for, LTC and the other brother, Karimio. They do an exit. Yeah, so it's not like I was hurting anything stopping, because they do an excellent job knocking that shit out the park.
And Caramel, I just started listening to one of his the other night, and he tells that they came over here to the Americas with Jesus for us. And it's in the history. He read it.
It would make sense if the American Indian were the first ones on the planet.
Yeah. So what I'm seeing as a double standard. They don't want their created creatures to do that. I was just thinking the other day, I went to a church years ago, and I was into Jesus. I'm gonna tell the truth.
Yeah, most of us were. Ain't nothing to be ain't no shame in your game.
But the thing is, when I started my, raising the hands and you know how we are demonstratively praising, them folks stared at me like they could kill me. And it was a white church, a Southern Baptist, and they were very upset with me that they wrote a letter to the preacher, and he took some time out of church, and I could tell they were talking about me because I could see the looks I was getting. See, so they didn't go that route that these patriots are going with that name at the Southern Baptist. And so I was thinking about that right now. They don't want that name in the churches. That's why.
What name? Wait, you lost me.
Jesus.
Who don't want it in the church? I'm straight lost now. Who don't want it in the church?
But I'm saying they don't want the praising in certain churches of Jesus, even though they talk about it.
Yeah, but that's just because in some deep H2O, peace and love, deep H2O, deities are swapped in and out to manipulate an existing culture and narrative.
Yeah, they are.
It's adjusted to how the population's timeline changes from one generation to another, but it's the same concept. I totally agree.
Yeah.
So that's all that they were doing, and that's why as we go through this series, we're showing you these deities in these ancient texts who they really are.
Yeah.
And it's not like we're using one source, we're using multiple sources.
So that means that preachers, what you just said, get into a community like Houston, and they got these shouting sisters, right? And so they go to shout Jesus or Jesus all over the world, so the mega churches would get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you get a more conservative area.
Because that's a spell.
Yeah.
That is a spell, and they use a ritual to seal the spell when folks are taking that communion and doing your praying and getting the hands laid up upon you and having the Holy Ghost. All of those are rituals to seal the spell, to keep you bind to those deities. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
And they grow their churches according to the atmosphere that they could use that deity to
absolutely
fire up.
Because preachers that truly went to seminary school, they know the same information that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
they know.
And then
they know the same information. That's why you have folks that are over the mega churches are appointed over the mega churches because they had to be sanctioned. Somebody had to put them in those positions, and they have to give their allegiance.
Exactly.
But you best believe they know the real deal, because most of them, not most of them, I can't say most of them, all of them are in the secret societies.
Exactly.
And the higher up you go, I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
Oh no, I was just going to add on to that, because you have to be like a high-ranking like witch, warlock to even induce these spells. So
exactly.
Like, that Freemason is
warlock, right word.
And the thing,
exactly.
And the thing is, like, we know it's all rituals, all programs, all psyops or whatever, but they know the strongest ones. Like people, and this is the crazy thing: people will believe Jesus will come back before the aliens come, not knowing that that's like one and the same. Like Jesus is the alien.
Exactly. And you're absolutely right. They're going to believe Jesus before Inky Binky Linky them.
But do you guys know what the secret that they're holding is? When you get to the very top of their pyramid, your 33-degree Mason, you finally get to know that the
absolutely. But they still don't even get to know everything.
Jesus.
They don't even get to know everything
in
that 33. But they do get to know who exactly they're worshiping.
Right. Once they get to the 33rd degree, that's only when they get to reveal who they're actually worshiping.
Facts.
Up till that point, you believe it's God, it's Jesus. But once you hit 33rd, they tell you no, it's Lucifer.
Absolutely.
The light bearer. And in their eyes,
the whole time.
And in their eyes, he's the one that brought us knowledge, or them knowledge, because the God didn't want you to have the apple, which is the sea of light.
Right. They took it away. They took the knowledge away. And
take the apple and you'll get the knowledge. So they believe that the snake, the devil, is actually God in their eyes, because he gave them access to knowledge, where your God told you not to have it because he didn't want you to eat to the fruit of the tree. They have a twisted view on reality.
Exactly. When in actuality, sorry, I had a busy day. when they're talking about the 33rd, and I keep saying this, but in case this is your first time hearing this, when they are talking about the 33rd, they are talking about you tapping into your higher consciousness. That's all that 33rd means. So that means in your physical body, you're at the back of your skull is your medulla oblongata. That represents the base of your skull. That represents the 33rd point. That's what they're really saying. So once you get to that 33rd point, you're opening up the gateway to enlightenment. Hence, light bearer. So it's truly about your spirituality. But they're selling a hustle even to them. Oh, you've graduated into the 33rd degree. Now you can worship. So at the end of the day, even those in those secret society organizations that reach those 33rd degree and beyond, they're not worshiping or using the power within themselves. They are worshiping these deities. They are still giving their allegiance to these deities. I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
And I was just going to say that within itself is limited, because the reason we even talk about a 33 degrees is like, okay, why did you choose 33? Like, where's the other degrees? Like, what is a full scale, holistic realm of knowledge? No, that was created to put on these hybrids, to give these hybrids a sense of like some type of civilization, some type of ascension, or like intellect.
Something to look forward to. Yeah.
Right. It's like that was the basics of shit. And now that then been put to the pinnacle. Like that is what we need to rise to. It's like, no, it's beyond that. It's not even that.
Exactly, because first of all, you're not going to hear a lot of 33rd degree people admit that that's what they are, that's in those particular orders. But when you do so happen to hear of one, they're extremely and they're very proud of it. But that's nothing. Your spirituality, once you start rising up your frequency and you're balancing out your chakras and you hit your higher consciousness, there's no limit. There's no limit. That's why the crown chakra is open. That's why you have the soft spot in your head. That's why mothers always protect them newborn baby's head. That is your spirit and your soul having access to unlimited power. That's who you really are. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody has something to say.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a conundrum. I don't know. I'd be saying, what are you guys going to do when you find out the truth?
Child, I really don't care.
I know you don't.
You know, I give no fucks are given on my part. Not trying to be mean, but it is what it is.
It's just going to be.
And not only that, it is cruel for people that's on their spiritual journey and you've made the discoveries of who you really are, that you have the power to control your consciousness, that you're the creator, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that it's all about you. It would be cruel of you to down others that are not at that point where you are. That's not right. They have a right to be right where they are, because only they can pull themselves out of it. So when they're ready, they're ready. That would just be like somebody coming back to us, and when they try to come back to us, we hurt their feelings when they want to talk Jesus to you. It's insulting to you. So I'm not going to turn around and do that to someone else.
Right.
It's painful to them because they're not resonating on the same frequency as you. So you can't make somebody be something that they're not. You just can't. That's even in our own families. You can't make somebody be something that they're not. You can't make people accept the information if they're not ready to accept it. You have control over you, your destiny, and even within your family, that's still the case. All you're doing is you are the spell breaker. Let me run that back again. There's always at least one person in the family that is the spell breaker, that's going to break those generation curses, that's going to leave the breadcrumbs for your bloodline. That's it. They'll get there. They'll get there. When their soul gets tired of cycling in, when they get that deja vu, like, God damn, it feels like I done this before. They'll get there. So I respect that and I keep it moving. That's why it is important for you to know what your purpose is. What is your fucking purpose on this planet? What is your fucking purpose in this cycle? Go live your purpose. Because when you focus on somebody else, you're trying to force something on somebody else, I'm going to question you. I'm going to side-eye you. Because that tells me you really ain't focused on what the fuck you should be focusing on. You have to know what your purpose is. You're supposed to be doing it. You're supposed to be living it. And if you are spiritual as you claim you are, you should know at this point. So I'm not concerned. I say this, not concerned about what the 99% is doing. I'll link up with the 1% that get it and are ready to put in some action. And let it be what it's going to be. This shit is not hard. These souls are making it difficult because they don't want to clean up their own shit. Because they don't want to grow up spiritually. So they either want to latch on to somebody else's program, or they want to guilt and bully somebody to accept a program that they created because they haven't spiritually grown up to do the work, to do shit on their own. So they feel they need others to make their program work. I see you for who you are. It is what it is. I know what my purpose is. I'm doing it. It's not for me to sit up here and tell you what your purpose is, exactly how you're supposed to do it. That's not what I'm here for. I put out the information and I keeps it moving. This shit is not hard. The souls are making it hard because they're not ready to do the work. They're not ready spiritually to grow up. And I don't know, some of them still may have some karmatic shit they have to work out. And that's okay. That's their business. What do they have to do with me? It doesn't. At the end of the day, it does not have anything to do with me. I'm supposed to be focusing on what the fuck I'm supposed to be focusing on. And then I match via frequency with folks, and then we'll just get shit done. So that's all. I see you. She who walks among the mist. How do I shut off being an empath? Yeah, I think you know. It's just something you have to work on. I think you know. You just have to work on it and you have to practice it. And then it's also stages when in your spirituality. Because when you first wake up, I know most people, I'm not saying this is all people, but the people, I know for me, and some of the people that we've talked about it, when you're first waking up, you're so angry. Because you can't believe the fuckery, the lies, the deceit that's been told to you. So you are literally going through these spiritual gateways. So when I talked about that 33-degree chakra system before you hit the crown, when you're waking up, you're like going through these spiritual gateways with your energy. The middle gateway between your lower self or lower frequency and the higher is your heart chakra. And a lot of people get stuck there. A lot of people get stuck there. Okay? Some get stuck in, I got to get the program of it's the white man's fault. Some get stuck in, I got to bring my people along with me. I got to put the cape on. You got to clear your heart chakra energy to keep it moving. But there is nothing, no question that you can't answer. You just have to concentrate and tap in and you'll get your answer. And as a matter of fact, your answers should be coming to you real soon. I mean, really quick is what I'm trying to say. And the reason I say that is because of the realm, the frequency has sped up. So that's all. It takes practice. It takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of practice.
And also, I would say empath and being a creator and going within, like it all goes one in the same. So a lot of times we have to practice energy conservation and non-attachment.
Absolutely.
Because just like we get attached to our bodies and stuff, we get attached to our 3D manifestations, like our families. So I was just saying in the chat, like I think for mothers being an empath, it's they struggle with that a lot because that is just natural. It's in them to have this empathic connection to their children and then their identity as a mother. But sometimes we have to practice, not being selfish, but we have to go into ourself. We have to take care of ourselves first. We can't, that saying, you can't really pour into other people. You can't be there to be an empath for other people if your energy isn't right, if you're not, full up, if you're, running on an empty tank and you're trying to, build other people up, it's not going to work out in the long run. So to be preventative on the empath thing, like you were saying, a lot of people get stuck at that heart chakra. And it's not that people may hear stuck and think I don't have a heart, I'm lacking in love. But no, sometimes you loving too much, you're doing too much, you're giving too much. And so that blockage is going to keep you, from, feeling overwhelmed by that empathic energy, feeling depleted by it. Whereas, if you go from a place of, I have to be full of myself to conserve this energy for myself to even do the work, because some people are light workers and you are meant to help other people and have a voice bigger than, just your immediate family or yourself. But you can't even get to that place if you're, always running on empty. Yeah.
I mean, beautifully said, beautifully said. Let me give you your explosion. Absolutely. Beautifully said. I mean, I have nothing else to add to it, but it definitely takes practice, because that was the hardest thing for me. First, it was the family, and then I had to put it in perspective. I had to dig deeper and say, okay, that's not what you're here for. You're here to break the curses. You're here to clean up the bloodline, give them an out, leave the the breadcrumbs, and keep it moving. Then it was people in the quote, quote, spiritual community, because when you are on that spiritual journey, you're unlocking them gates. You have the other souls, they see you. They see your energy, and they're like, oh shit, I want some of that. So they're going to start pulling. They're going to start pulling. And because you haven't totally opened up that heart chakra, you're going to, I need to give them a piece of me. I need to give them. Okay, so if you give in that person a piece, and you're trying to still make it up, how can you still make it up? And then I know for just my personal experience, what I found out with most of the people, I'm just able to discern really quick now, but it took practice. It took me falling and getting back up to say, I can't keep doing this, because you find the energy vampires. They will suck the shit out of your energy. They'll talk a good game on what they gonna allegedly do, this, that, and the third. And you're winding up doing all of the work that they fucking should be doing. And they still whining, talking about the same shit, making the same mistakes. I'm like, Rhonda, you already went through that. I'll be goddamn not finna go through that for them. You've already gone through that. I see what this is.
And I have found the lesson in them energy vampires, because like you said, it do take trial and error. You got to learn, because you just like, you know, you're not like just like, oh, I'm gonna give myself all away, but your intuition in your heart is like, you know, you want to help people, you want to share, you want to like, you know, come from a place of good intentions.
Right.
And then you find out like, oh no, this person wasn't worthy, they wasn't ready, they wasn't on the level, or they just straight up was using you.
Exactly.
And then the lesson is that all that energy or you know, support and uplifting that you were pouring into that person was for you. It was actually for you, and you didn't realize it. You had to see it outside of yourself and be hurt to realize, oh, I needed to do that for myself.
Exactly.
This person, it wasn't even, they didn't even hear it. They didn't even feel it.
They didn't even give a fuck.
For me. Right.
Yep. 1000% agree. Absolutely. But it does. It takes practice. It definitely takes practice. And I know for me, I can't speak for everybody, but you let a lot of people go. Oh, Dad, I knew who I get. Oh, he must have muted himself. Yeah, you wind up letting a lot of people go. You have to let them go. You have to let them go on and be them, because for your sanity and your spiritual evolution, you're not going to stop. You're not going to get stuck, because they're stopped or stuck and want to be on some energy vampire shit, and they want companionship, and that's not where you are. So a lot of people I should not try to put it like I'm trying to tell somebody else what to do. I'm just saying for me that a lot of people you let go.
Yeah.
And you see your circle getting smaller, but that circle is valuable.
Your heart's filtering out the fake people in your life.
Exactly.
And I like to just add to, I think it was Scotty's comment, when you have your heart open, you're very susceptible to energy. So the empaths, you have to look at yourself as a capacitor. You have the ability to receive energy from people, and people have the ability to take energy from
That's right.
you have to understand is how to ground yourself. So when someone be in a situation where someone's giving you energy, positive or negative, but be able to ground yourself where it doesn't affect you, because that is your biggest control. The biggest ability you have is to control your emotions in a very tense situation, because that will then give you the ability to think. So to be able to remove yourself from the energy you're receiving, ground it, and still be able to focus on what's needed in the moment is what you have the ability to do. You're not controlled by your emotions. When you take the time to learn your emotions, you then have the ability to control them. And as an empath, you can sense energy and you can sense emotion. Thus, you then have the ability to control it. You can make it go positive or negative, but you have control of it only when you learn to ground yourself, because that's when you can look back at the situation and not invest your energy into it.
Perfectly said. And that's why your emotions are at that heart chakra. And that's why people get stuck the most. Because your brain is up here, your consciousness, crown chakra is here. So people get stuck here. And that's why I said you have to balance that heart chakra. And the biggest thing with that, those are your emotions. That's why I said some people get angry, etc., etc. Those are all your emotions.
And then y'all know I studied like acting and stuff. I was in like conservatory and all this. I always tell people I felt like I was like in fucking Hogwarts, because like a lot of the work that you do is actually on balancing your equation, like controlling your emotions, being aware of what it is and stuff. And then like, you know, studying like the Greek theater and acting and stuff, why it's so like primal and visceral is because they like understood the concept that the emotions, like it's in the word, it's energy in motion. And so like they believe that this motion, this energy and motion was moving through your organs. So when you say, oh, I felt that, you literally felt it. You felt energy go through your heart. You felt it go through your liver, your kidney, your spleen, your bowel, your whatever. All of that stuff, you felt it because the energy is moving through that. But in the same time, that energy is capricious. It comes and it goes, it waves. So you're not a container just holding on. You shouldn't be a container just holding on to emotions, but you also shouldn't just be so like open to every emotion that you feel and feel like this is who I am, this emotion, when it's a very transient thing. They move through you. They move through your organs. It doesn't like stay there.
Appreciate the emotion for what it is, but know it's going to change, rather positive or negative.
Right. Right. That's why they work so hard to play on people's emotions. They know what they're doing.
All these false flags and stuff.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. That's why you have to know what they're doing. You have to be the master of your vessel. You have to control your energy field. You have to control it.
They're pulling on your heartstrings, they say.
Absolutely. That's what they say, pulling on your heartstrings.
Have you noticed they're using younger children they're killing just to get that wave of empathy or sympathy or
innocence? It's
innocence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You want the innocence of the child.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because children stay up in the ethers.
Right. And they had 12 and 14-year-old kids shooting at the police. Now, you know, they really reach to put those children out there like that. I'm like, what the heck? Y'all guys need to find another way to control your people you didn't create. Whatever you're trying to do.
It's
that thing is like a domino effect. Once you start in that negative type of depraved energy of trying to move forward, like there's no going back. You got to keep doing that.
Exactly.
It's never gonna be enough children. It's never gonna. That's why we gotta dead this or whatever. The
Dead
energy need to like it just need to like for real, because there's no like cut them off, because they never gonna have enough.
Mm-mm.
That's not gonna fill you up. if you're dead and you're trying to be sustained by the innocence of living young creatures, like you're never gonna be alive.
Right.
It's so selfish of you to want to do it.
It doesn't matter. See, that's going back to heart chakra. You're saying it's selfish.
They don't think so, I know.
They're saying, I need to feed. Bitch, I don't care what you talking about. You think I give a fuck what you talking about?
I know that's right.
I need to feed in order to survive.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the mindset. You have to look at the shit for what it is. Don't look at it on, well, I would do. Bitch, they don't care what you gonna do, what you think. Look at the shit for what it is. These folks are feeding. They set up an energy field. They terraform the planet to feed.
Oh yeah, like that one lady you had referenced her video back in the day. That's when I was like listening, going back to listen to the old shows and stuff. But she was just like, they got to feed their motherfucking gods.
Yeah,
like,
they got to. We did a show called "The Gods Must Be Fed."
Oh yeah.
So that's why I say you have to practice it. That is why I keep telling y'all about the chessboard. I'm using it as an analogy. You're not supposed to be on that motherfucker. You're not supposed to be on it. Because as long as you're on it, you're playing a role. That's a program. So you're always going to be worried about, so why did the rook do that? Why did the knight do that? Why did the bishop do that? That's not where you're supposed to be in higher consciousness. And when you really fed up, you're like, I don't give a fuck about your board anyway. Because I already seen where it was destroyed.
No, you're too grown to play games no more.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm a whole grown-ass woman. I ain't got time to play. I ain't got it to give. You just don't have it to give. And that's why I said, people in the quote-unquote conscious community that's into spirituality and they talk about the astral plane, they be fucking around playing in the astral plane. They're participating in programs within the astral plane, thinking that they're doing something. So, in other words, instead of learning the astral plane as you're getting back familiar with your spiritual astral body, learning how to navigate it, learning how to create with that astral body, literally create realities within that astral body, people get stuck. Well, I can move here, I can do that. I can make this appear. Oh, I can do this. I can see that person. I can link up with this person and do that, which nothing's wrong with that. Don't misunderstand me. But people are even getting stuck in that astral plane. Because when you start opening up those spiritual gateways, you're going to get into the astral plane where you're battling and fighting. And it's going to get to the point where you'll wake up in the morning and you tired as fuck. Bags up under your eyes, all of that, because your consciousness has not taken a rest, because you're constantly in the astral plane, just the fighting, just the fighting, just the fighting, just the fighting. Those are still all programs. And what you were supposed to do is navigate through a couple of those programs, get the feel of them, understand that they're programs, and say, I'm done with this shit. I'm not trying to fight you motherfuckers, because I'll just destroy you and move on. You can't go where I go. I'm not going to step down here and keep fighting you. I don't have to. I don't have to keep stepping down in shit and dog shit. But you have to unlock those gateways. You have to do the work. And once you do that work and you get those experiences, then that's when you get to the point you like, yeah, okay, then. Oh, so they did. Okay. And it's not like we can't do it. You can. You have access to it all. Even more so now because of the way the planetary energy is so sped up. You have to practice it. That's all. You just have to practice it. That's it. All right. So with that said, where did I leave off at, y'all? We're going to get back into, I got to look at my pictures, y'all.
Brother Sean ain't popped on yet.
Oh, I don't have my YouTube back up anymore. I mean, Facebook. No, I don't think he texted me. I guess he'll get on when he get on. Child, what page we're getting ready to get up into Marduk. Now I remember. 44. All right.
They said they had meetings with Marduk. He was running this side of the thing.
Yeah, we're finna get up on him. I was just looking at something.
Mandela effect.
And they mentioned Marduk. Damn it, and I forgot. That's what I get.
The page.
Yeah, I forgot what I was looking at. That talked about Marduk. Okay, just trying to make sure.
Took a screenshot of it.
Yeah, I was just
I think it was like 39 into 40.
Yeah, I got the page. It's 44. I just had to refigure out how to pull this up because I pull it up a little differently than I normally do. So again, the text of reference for this is Terra Papers, and shout out to Sis Tressie for providing this to us, and thank you, son Scotty, for dropping the link to the documentation in the chat. All right, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Mention one other thing you've been talking about that's been in the media, in the Patriots movement issues, and that's the Pacers.
Oh, okay. So yeah, go ahead. You can share it with us.
They're talking about, they took them out, of course, and they were talking how it impacts the earth, what he has done and what they continue to do as far as the people were concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're gone after all of those people, the leaders of those organizations. I think that they said the Pacers are all gone. But it was just kind of interesting that everything that we have discussed is out there in plain sight. So if you were a conspiracy theorist on the Pacers, they are in there with you on that.
I just find it strange that Q Elemental P NEM and the Patriots, they sure seem to be saying a lot of the same things that we're saying after the fact.
Exactly. And no truth came out before you start talking about that. And nothing came out about all these UFOs until, we got off into it with Inky Binky and those guys back in 2016.
Yeah.
Now they want disclosure. And
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Which, that's their right. Whatever. But yeah, but again, they're only going to tell so much because they're still going to run the program of who you need to side with.
Right. That's true. You're gonna have to pick a side on that.
Yeah, so I that's why I don't have the patience for that.
You know, vote. Pick this if you want to vote for this person. Pick this if you want to vote for this person. And I said, how about nobody?
Right, because how you go from Inky Binky Linky Nim, resets, mud floods to voting?
Yeah.
I'm confused. No, I'm not confused. You confused. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, I like that. Universal, universal. I like that. I like that. I love that. I love that name. We can jump in their dreams and mess them up. And when they awaken and see us in the physical, they will be shook. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Because again, they are feeding on majority of the populace, so they don't expect for souls in this realm to be able to do that.
You know, that's another thing that's about that Jesus, Jesus, that they do that with the people. They jump into their dreams, they jump into their minds, and they show themselves. Even the near-death experiences.
Yeah, but it's always a trick.
Yeah, it's always a trick.
And see, that's why last week when we were talking about it, and I was saying that they want to sit up here and call what the spiritual community say as witchcraft when we talk about protecting yourself, this, that, and the third, but they're all along using witchcraft on you.
Right, they are.
So you have total control over your energy field.
And that's another thing I'm going to say about number 3. Number 3 is their witchcraft type number. That they do the, like King, what's his name? James. He was killing up all the females that were using their gifts. But yet they turn around and use that against us trying to control them around.
Exactly. And that's all they did, because the number 3 don't belong to them. The number 33 don't belong to them. None of it belongs to them. Numbers and symbols, which symbols break down into numbers, which break down into frequencies. That's just the universal basic language.
Mm-hmm. And it's not theirs, but yet they claim it.
But yet people, even people that get on the spirituality side, think that somehow something is theirs. No, that's a universal code. They're universal codes. And all they're doing is putting together certain codes or sigils, which are just angles, which breaks down to energy or angles of light to make that energy work for them. That's all they're doing. And you have the same power to do the same thing. That's what you're supposed to be doing, because nobody is supposed to be able to jump in your dreams unless you want them to jump in your dreams.
No. Shouldn't.
That's why it is extremely important for you to do the spiritual work on yourself. Because if you're vibrating high enough, they can't even see you, because they can't get to that level. And you get to a certain point before you get to the level where they can't see you because you're vibrating so high. They can see you up to a certain point, and then it will literally hurt them to try to go on that particular frequency because they're not built for it. You are. They aren't. So as long as you keep playing on their field, their game, at the root chakra, the heart chakra, even at the 33rd, expect to be visited and fucked with. But when you do the crown chakra work, there's no touching you. And they even admitted that in the Alphabet Boys documentation. They even admitted in the Alphabet Boys documentation that as you're opening up those gateways, going through those different gateways, that you're supposed to protect yourself. Now, this out of their documentation.
And you just also figured out that those gateways are feeding spirits as well, feeding entities on the 5th and all those different dimensions. So basically, until you get past wherever we're supposed to get to, there's somebody waiting to take advantage of the situation.
Right. Where do you think the term gatekeeper came from? There are physical gatekeepers, who we call like the boule them.
Yeah.
But there's spiritual gatekeepers. Those are the important ones. That's what the Matrix was showing you. It was showing you the different spiritual gatekeepers.
And that's what I'll be saying too. They, with that religion, they not only want to give you that, but then they want to place a binary within the binary. They say, like, this is the only way. Mm-hmm. This is the only way.
It's a program within the program.
Even in other programs and religions, they be saying, oh, there is no way. And, it's the all, and it's the everything, and this and that. But Christianity, Jesus is the only one that say, I am the way, the light, the truth. I am the only way you can go. There's no way but me.
Yeah.
Right.
Fear porn.
And it's what I'm trying to get across. There's physical gatekeepers. Now we should know who they are. That is why I keep pointing out, no, we got to tell it all. It's not to be mean. It's so you are clear who is whom, who are the physical gatekeepers. And then there's the spiritual component to that. Because the physical gatekeepers answer to the physical. I'm sorry, the physical gatekeepers answer to the spiritual gatekeepers. But you have the ability to break all of that code. Because the way their code is set up, it is a loop. Any programmers out there, you know what a loop is. You can write that code, it can do a series of things, and then it comes right back based on the condition that's selected. It comes right back to where it was in the beginning. When you see the symbol of the earth with the snake around it, biting its own tail, they are telling you that is the matrix set up in a loop.
Yeah.
That is what they are telling you. So when you see the spiritual symbol, because that's a sigil, let's be clear. That is a sigil. Where you see earth, and then you see the snake wrapped around earth, and it is biting its own tail. That is the loop. Okay? You can break through all of that. That's the point where we're at now. You're supposed to be breaking through all of that. And you don't have to do the Neo. Meaning you don't have to keep fighting, because that's even a program. And shout out to the one sister who, shoot, I can't think of her name right now. But she was the one that said that. She was right on point. That the Neo thing, that's a program. Because Neo kept waking up, picking the red pill or the blue pill, when he could simply say, get the fuck out my face. I'm not taking neither. So that's why he had to keep fighting. It's a loop. It is a program. That's why I use the analogy, do not be on the chessboard. As long as you are on the chessboard, you are playing the game. You do not control the game. You will never control the game. The chessboard represents the matrix.
And that, when you was talking about that, like on the astral plane, and you're like going to war all the time, and you wake up tired and stuff. That reminded me when I was like younger. When I was like younger, a kid, I used to have dreams like that all the time. And I used to be like, what is going on? And then older, I'm like, oh, you know, at that time, I wasn't like on a level enough to understand what was going on. I was just like, no, that's crazy. What is? But now I'm like, wow, I didn't know that, you know, that was a test and that was a program that I was supposed to not get caught up in. And it was like, you know, on this astral spiritual plane or whatnot. But like now, you know, once I, you know, am aware of it and stuff, it's just crazy because I'm like, that young and then just like not really like knowing what's going on and stuff, but like the fact that it's like can happen to people like now, like older, and then they're not getting, like you can have an excuse that you're like young and whatever, you're just like, you know, intuitively tapped in. That's why they want the young ones, the innocence of it all and stuff. But to like, you know, hold on to that but not get caught up. Cause like, you know, when you're a kid, it's like, oh, it's the imagination. This is this and that. But it's like going back to what T. Christopher was saying, it's like, you know, how much do you give in and how much do you like, you know, you have to be proactive about like you're controlling this. So it's not like
that's
you
the
shut
key.
off
Say
completely.
that again. What is the key? Say it again.
What did I say? Like, oh,
you,
like, you know, you gotta
control. The key is when you are in the astral plane, the key is you control it.
Yeah.
So when you're first navigating in that astral plane and you are aware that you're in the astral plane, you're learning. It's new. And that's okay because your soul is trying to remember what you naturally know how to do. But because you're tethered to the physical and because you're in the 3D physical realm, you purposely shut that down. So when you're first experiencing that astral plane, it's wonderful to you. You are literally kicking it, but you are learning it. But that's the way it's supposed to be. Even with you fighting and stuff, that's how it's supposed to be. Because when you're fighting, when you're first going in that astral plane, what you're doing, you're fighting to get rid of the fear.
Right.
That's the biggest thing you're doing. When you're first waking up and you in that astral plane and you're fighting all of those fears. You're shutting down those programs. And that's why sometimes when you are in that astral plane in the beginning, you're going to run up on things that you had been afraid of in your life. It could be people, places, things, events. But they're going to come either as straight on what you experienced, or they're going to be disguised or masked. But your purpose as a soul is to shut each one of those programs down. You're practicing, you're fighting, you're shutting them down, you're getting stronger. And then once you do that, once you get really good at it, y'all know what I'm talking about. You could literally just lay down and you instantaneously in that astral plane. That's when you have gotten so good at it. And then that's when it becomes tiring to you, because then now you're linking up with other souls, fighting other battles, fighting a battle that you think that you have to fight, until you go through that cycle and you waking up tired in the motherfucker, bags up under your eyes, you really ain't had no sleep, until you get it. Why am I keep going to the astral plane to fight? I don't have to deal with any of this shit. I can create whatever I want. I don't want to deal with it. That's why it takes practice. All right, so just to back up just a little bit to the last paragraph. They're talking about the Adama, which was one of the creations, because remember, this particular iteration of creation, one set of folks got kicked out. All right, that was representing the Garden of Eden story in the Bible. And so those particular people that got kicked out, that was Inky's people. The ones that Enlil let stay were his people. Okay. So we're gonna move on, because we're getting into Marduk. Oh, Sis Trusty says, not trying to be funny, but it's like a visual of an ass trail coming out of your anus, like expelling shit. Absolutely. That's a great analogy. That's an absolutely perfect analogy if you want to put it in the physical perspective. Do you keep holding on to your shit? It's only so long you can hold on to your boo-boo before you gotta go and cleanse yourself. That's what that particular part of the astral plane is. Until you cleanse yourself, you get to where you need to go from a frequency perspective, and then you really start just going and creating. So that's a very good analogy. All right. So it says the wars of the royals raged on faithfully, Adamus serving on the battlefields for them. Okay. So now that they didn't went through at the point, Inky Binky them, where they came on. First of all, it was the battle, the galactic battle, where they was fighting each other. They were going around the different galaxies, colonizing. Now, the story they want to tell is that they were battling, and Tiamat, i.e. Mother Earth, just so happened to get hit in the battle, and then she had to be repaired. The Anunnaki came to repair her. I say that it was a takedown to colonize and terraform. So they came on the planet, destroyed the planet, terraformed it, put the dome over it. That's part of the terraforming process. Tapped into the ley lines, grid lines, Mother Earth's energy field to stand up their program. And then they started creating their own beings for the purpose of having a slave labor force. Okay, so now they're at the point where even their creations, they've given them positions of power, and now these creations are starting to go to war for them on their behalf, this, that, and the third. So that's where we are now. So the wars of the royals raged on, faithful Atomists serving on the battlefields for them. Eridu kingdoms rose and fell on the backs and the blood of the Atomists. Children of the Lord Enlil and Lord Ea, because Enki is a title, so Lord Ea is Enki, consistently challenged each other over the rights of domain and power. And so began the era that would see the war of the Great Takeover, an attempt by Lord Prince Marduk, son of Lord Ea. Yeah, we did go over this last week, but it's good to be reminded, because I was waiting on Marduk's funk ass to come in the picture. I was waiting. So Marduk, the son of Lord Ea, which is really Enki, king of the beast, an accomplished master in the skills of the Dak warriors. Remember, early on, the Dak warriors were pretty badass, per se. God doggone it. I shouldn't have messed with it. Okay.
Were they the ones that were like dog soldiers or something?
Yeah, I will have to go back.
It's been a while. There was a legion of these people that were dog soldiers.
Yeah, I can't remember if they were the Dak warriors. If somebody wants to look up in it and go back up when they lay out the pictures of the beings, it'll show you who is whom. I can't remember at this point.
If we got it on this one, I'm looking back at something we did before where they were so vicious. I think maybe it was Sauron talked about it, the Aryan Brotherhood and the dog warriors and stuff, like coming up from the what you call them, people that says they're from the Dog Star series.
The Dogons.
Yeah, and there were dog soldiers that would go, and when they attacked, to colonize and stuff, they would attack like dogs and destroy the people and, tear them apart.
So the Dak warriors, Prince Marduk, wanted to become king of the system of Eridu. Challenging other royal family members for the throne, including his uncle, Prince Enlil, and even his father, Lord Ea. Marduk would use war, works of intrigue, and even the deadly art of betrayal to try to seize the throne. His father, Ea, had been deprived of the throne of Eridu and Asar. He, Marduk, would not suffer the same fate. But in the midst of his rise to power, Prince Marduk was wrongfully accused of the assassination of his brother, Lord Prince Damunzi. Yeah, we did read this, but,
No, the other one, Damunzi, was in there too, when he fell in love and he died before the wedding with Enki's sister or something. They were supposed to get married.
Could have been. I think I remember what you're saying. Yeah, I think that came out of
yeah, Enki book.
Could have been either the Lost Book. I think it was the Lost Book of Enki or Enoch.
Lost Book of Inky. Yeah, he got afraid and they killed him.
Yeah, could have been. It's hard to remember all of these names across all of these different texts because, as we talked about before, they switched the names, and as somebody eloquently put in the chat, they switched the names to fit the narrative of that particular culture. So I know exactly what you're talking about, sis. I just can't be honest if that was blood. So let's see how he shakes out in here if they're going to go into his particular story. But if people want another reference of this material, the Lost Book of Inky is an excellent book. Matter of fact, you can take that Lost Book of Inky and you can line it right up with the Bible. We did it. If you want to know also the backstory of the Bible and who is whom, the Book of Enoch is also a great reference. That's how we found out that Noah and them were most certainly giants and in that particular bloodline. All right, so although the Bible gave you the dimensions of Noah and them, clearly saying they were giants, but hey. All right, so refusing to be in prison, Marduk chose to fight against his accusers, taking refuge in a pyramid fortress. A hasty council was called. The decision made to end the war by sealing Marduk into his stone structure. Trapped within, Prince Marduk was doomed to death. Now, over this weekend, y'all gonna trip because Stargate, was it Stargate S1? Yeah, I think it was the first Stargate S1, the very, very first one, where it's clearly talking about the Anunnaki characters, and it shows the pyramid being a spaceship and how the Anunnaki entities, and they were actually shown as the dog heads, but in that particular their dog heads, it turned out to be helmets. It was technology. I think y'all that was Star.
Yeah.
Is that Stargate, son Scotty? I could have sworn that was the first Stargate.
Because it mimicked what you see in those ancient Egyptians hieroglyphs and stuff. A dog head is a dog head, a snake head is a bird head. But yes, the heads turn out to be technology. It's like a helmet. Like once it pulls down, it's like, you see the actual being in there.
Exactly. And so they were ruling based on the technology, and the main dude was literally an entity that was dying, and they fled their star system and came to this that particular realm rather, and he started jumping into other folks' bodies. And that's why in the particular movie, he always had little boys around him because he wanted to jump into the body. And then when that body finished aging, just jump into another one. And I had seen that before, but it was interesting that it came on again. It was late at night. And thank goodness it was the weekend. And I was like, oh, hell no. But it clearly showed that those particular entities, or that entity, they were ruling through technology. It wasn't shit special about it.
Parasitic beings.
And absolutely, it was a parasitic being.
Because they, like you said, they needed to jump to other bodies. Some of them had like literal little like worm-like beings in their stomach, the sacral little chakra area. And that's what they did. Galactically, they went around being parasites, terraforming, and collecting technology and weaponry because they were a parasite, they didn't naturally have weapons and stuff. They had to have a host body, and then they knew in order to do what they were doing, terraform, you can't just go to planets and different galaxies, solar systems, whatever, and be your behavior, do that, and think people are just going to let it happen. So they learned over time that they needed to get this weapon. They needed to be technology advanced because that was what's going to give them the upper hand. And the only ones that they ever like went up against, of course, they needed the people from Earth because that was the ones that was the seed of the whole galaxy. But also it was the ones whose technology was superior to theirs, but they were also way more benevolent. Like even if some of them were parasitic, they had a symbiotic relationship. Like they asked the beings if they wanted to like, coexist together, whatever. So like they learned that was their only edge up, is that they needed to collect this technology and more specifically the weaponry. Because like you could say technology and it could be for the benefit. You could be trying to heal people throughout the galaxy.
Which he did have, but remember he had that healing motherfucking bed up in there too.
Oh yeah. Well, see, the sarcophagus, that's what it was called. The sarcophagus healed them, but it also took away their humanity. So that's what allowed them to be immortal, but they also lost their humanity, or any humanity that they ever had. It made them become, so like, I mean, if you started off as like a human host and you got one of those parasites and you got in the sarcophagus because you got hurt or something or wounded, like it's going to strip away your humanity because that's what it does. It gives you the immortality and heals you, but it strips away your mortality because they don't have any type of technology that's on the benevolent side of things. All their technology takes, it's a sacrifice.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I just thought it was interesting in that movie that they had that technology, and here in the Terra Papers, they talked about the healing centers and all of that jazz. So yeah, that was really, really interesting.
Yeah, I bet the more you get healed, you're gonna end up out there with them Adama creature monsters out there on fighting their wars.
Exactly. And really, when you can heal yourself, and the Alphabet Boys document admitted that also.
Right. And that's why the people of the earth, despite them, like, they were like, they're crude, they somehow, technologically advanced, but, they have this thing, like, they have things like love and these other different things. It's just like, this was the place to be. Out of all the, like, bad, parasitic type of conquerors, colonizer beings, and on the other end of the spectrum, like, we know we're not just like so advanced, like we're just so enlightened and just like ascended beings all throughout. And so but the fact that we have this like, mashup of different things makes us like those special people, and that, we're like everybody, all these different beings come here, want to be here, like take from here, use, so like, like as a plane of existence with all these beings, the ones who are indigenous to here should know, like, you should have some worth in that.
Exactly.
Like, learning all this stuff, like
because it matches up.
They not just coming here for nothing, like.
Exactly, because it matches up why they can't leave America the fuck alone. It matches up why everybody and their mama, brother, cousin, and have to keep coming over to the Americas, getting the benefits of the indigenous people. It's the same thing. Why do all of these other entities and beings keep coming here to planet Earth? So it has to be something to it. And like we've been telling you all over the years, that everything physical has a spiritual component to it, because it started in the spiritual first. Okay. All right. So refusing to imprison Marduk, to be imprisoned, Marduk chose to fight against his accuser, taking refuge in a pyramid fortress. A hasty council was called. The decision made to end the war by sealing Marduk into his stone structure. Trapped within, Prince Marduk was doomed to death. But fortune was with him. Several of his followers were able to tunnel up from beneath the structure, thereby giving Marduk an opportunity to escape. With a bounty on his head, Prince Marduk fled into the heavens. Yeah, because last week we talked about, and I don't know why every time I take a picture and go to it, it never lands on exactly where I want to be, but whatever. Last week we talked about this is equivalent to Jesus' resurrection story. So the Marduk story sounds awfully familiar to the Jesus resurrection story. And for a while, peace once again came to Eridu, but as is the way of the Asar Empire, it would not last long, okay? So that's why, they run the program also that's coming up out.
Nuwa got his hand up.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Let me, because I don't be wanting to show people's number and all that. So hold on. Okay, because I can't see them.
Sorry about that. I don't mean to keep muting, but it makes life easier not making noise while you're
Oh, yeah, no, it's okay. That's okay. Long as they're able to let me know, it's all good. So,
what I was going to mention was simply that that story also sounds similar to Haile Selassie's story. Basically, he went into this area where he was under captive. They locked him in there. They came back to find him, and he wasn't there. And then you basically, when you said that they tunneled underground and took him away, that's why people still will say he's alive, because they say they don't have a body of Haile Selassie. All they have was that he went into a room with his preachers or his whoever his priest is, and that no one came back out.
Child, so they basically running the Jesus program.
In that sense, yes.
Yeah, using Haile
Selassie.
Yeah, as the Jesus figure.
Right, because he was crowned King of Kings, Lords of Lords, and Rastafarians say that he is Jesus come again. His name has been changed to Haile Selassie, not Jesus. Mm-hmm. So in that same aspect, sorry?
Oh no, what was he from, like Ethiopia over there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the same one. Nipsey Hussle, Eritrea, the same program.
The same program.
Right.
The same program.
And when we talk about that, how he went into that room and he disappeared, took him out of the world, they ran that program on Haile Selassie where he went into a room and disappeared.
And see, I didn't even know that. And although, this is important, why now we're at the point where you learn the physical gatekeepers, whom they are, and then you can match the program, and then you can match the spiritual counterpart gatekeepers. That's where the point that we're at. Because I didn't know dude's story like that. I knew that the Jamaicans worshipped him heavy. I knew he was an Ethiopian. But once I started learning the physical gatekeepers, all I had to do was look at his attire and say, okay, number one, he's in some type of secret society order. I can just see what he's wearing and tell that.
Yeah, that regalia.
Yeah, he's a gatekeeper.
Like Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, they all wear it. And honey, people will cuss you plumb the fuck out, be hotter than you, hotter than fish grease at you. When you talk about him, you can't even have a civil conversation with Jamaicans on dude. Just like you can't have a civil conversation with folks in the Americas that's all on the Garvey trip. And I'm just tripping. I'm like, okay, all I have to do is look at his ass and tell you don't look indigenous American to me. you look like a European, a black European, and I don't give a fuck how you claim you were fighting for independence. I can look at your attire and tell you are in the order.
Just remember, those suits were custom made back then. You had to go to a tailor.
And how his big ass gonna walk in the store and get a suit like that? Absolutely. That makes sense.
Yeah. It's like royalty. Like when you see those pictures and they getting fitted for that stuff, like, like they went through a whole fucking shit to get that.
Absolutely.
Like in the military. You don't get those outfits like that and all the insignia and all the stars and the bands. Like, nah.
And that's all secret society.
It's all secret society.
Visualization of all the rituals you done went through.
Exactly. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly. Because all of those different symbols and stuff, which are really just sigils that are created for that specific order, you had to have earned that. And people still be ready to cuss you out to the motherfucking ground. I'm like, okay, not only am I physically seeing what blood is wearing, it's documented whom he worked with. These are the same the same melanated red, black, and green folks that talk about white supremacy doing this, that, and the third, and how Garvey was so against it. But yet the other black boulette side, they was the bad guy, but Garvey wasn't. When all of them was in a motherfucking order, they were just playing both sides of the card.
Right. Because they're next to white people. They stand right next to them.
Exactly.
Calling the devil. It's like, hold on. You're in regalia with them. You have your and they're your enemy? I'm sorry.
Right. Y'all boys in them behind the scenes?
It's like those preachers' outfits. It's the same stuff.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. That's why you have to pay attention to the sigils. Pay attention to them symbols. That should be the same exact thing because it represents the different orders. Okay? Yes. But people couldn't see that they couldn't see the program. No matter how quote conscious they are. They'll literally cuss you out. So you gotta leave them where they at. And it still didn't resonate with them that Garvey, where the fuck is Garvey buried today?
Did he ever go to that continent? Do we ever have like records of him?
No, because remember he got caught up in that scandal about supposedly he was fleecing people for money and
he was in a boat. He had a picture of someone else's boat on his ad, and that's how they got him. He got arrested for mail fraud. Because he was using someone else's boat to sell his trip to Africa.
Right. And so, of course, folks say he got set up, and whatever the case may be, okay. But bottom line is he was put on by the same establishment that he claimed that he was against. He was put on to take the indigenous people away from the Americas and hell, even the black Europeans away from their homeland to set up a fucking kingdom in Africa where they ain't even from.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say, because that's the thing about it. Garvey, he ended up, where he at, in the UK or somewhere buried?
Yeah, he buried over in Europe.
His counterpart, Dubois, black European bloodline.
Right. But in America they say Du Bois, but it's Dubois. French.
Dubois. Ain't he buried in Ghana or something somewhere?
See, now that I can't verify. I can't speak on Dubois, the Frenchman, the black European Frenchman, Dubois.
Because I think, once he figured out what was really going on and how they just really was using him, he was just like, fuck it, let me go to Africa. I think he is buried over there in Ghana.
Child. Right, Ghana, the same place they trying to tell melanated people in the Americas that you could come back home.
Yeah.
See, I'm not no goddamn fool. You don't have to keep putting the same thing in front of me over and over again, and I'm going to keep falling for it.
And the program even goes to the Moors as well, because Joe Ali went to the jail, went to see Marcus Garvey in jail. So they're boys. Joe Ali, Marcus Garvey, they're boys, which means they're also probably in the secret society as well. So which means the play was also as well, because if you know the Joe Ali, he actually has the Zionist temple of the Moors. He's a Zionist. You don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist.
Exactly. But yet again, you mention that to the Moors, they will cuss you plumb the fuck out.
So if one of those were a Frenchman, then he is probably a Paceur's henchman, going out there to seduce people out of their property.
He could have been hired by the Pacers. I don't think he was high enough up there to be in our
He had just been bloodline, like an uncle or a grand.
Could have been
the bloodline, not anyone special, but you're married in.
Right, could have been. But he didn't appear, he didn't move indigenous to me.
No, that's not indigenous at all.
I'm just saying. Because if you're Jamaican, you didn't get buried in Jamaica. And if you claim to be red, black, and green to the core, to motherland, how the fuck come you wasn't buried there? Why did you go back to Europe to be buried?
I've never heard a trip of him going to Africa saying, hey, we were in Africa, guys. Come, I got a Marcus Garvey school in Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're supposed to go back to Africa. All right.
Right.
Yeah, because all of them was into that Pan-Africanist shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which was really black Europeans. It was just the same motherfuckers, the fucking the ebony and ivory, the black Khazars with the white Khazars.
Yeah,
exactly. Doing the same shit.
It was just to push indigenous off of their land. Doesn't matter what
exactly.
Doesn't matter if you're American indigenous, Caribbean indigenous, African indigenous. The play was to push indigenous off of their land.
Exactly. Bingo.
They're not even Africans. Remember, they're Europeans. So
exactly.
The whole Africa was just to push indigenous Africans off of their land.
Exactly. Exactly.
Europeans from their boat and drop them in Africa.
Exactly. So all of these programs were put into place to do these things. And the sad part about it, even with all of the information that we have, yes, Deep H2O, Garvey was sponsored. We have the documents on who was sponsoring him and all of that. But you can give that shit to the Garveyians. Well, I don't care what they say. Okay. You do you, boo. Do you, boo.
Joe Ali did the same thing where he was telling the indigenous Americans to leave America and go to Morocco.
Right.
Right.
So
but
all of them, they're taking anyone they can and just moving them off America and bringing them to Africa.
Right. But Drew Ali says that, you're European and you are indigenous American, which that part he told the truth.
But that would mean you had to have been you're African American in the sense that your ancestors came here from Europe and got together with indigenous women, and now you have that bloodline.
Yes, exactly.
But the infiltration already happened.
Exactly, it had already done happened. So it was just putting these people on, melanated people, to create the identity of African American, to take the indigenous Americans off of their land, to have them separate from their heritage.
Facts.
And another thing that I want to point out, they brought Jesus into their geometry.
That was the weapon.
Yeah. Because even Noble Drew Ali's Circle 7 Quran, it has in there, I think it's on that first page, about Jesus.
Yeah.
But now, again, when you mention these things to people, when they want to try to bring some shit to you, calling themselves putting you up on game, you don't know what you're talking about, nor they don't want to hear it. And that's fine. That's their right. I leave them alone. But what you not finna do is indoctrinate me with the bullshit. Because as a matter of fact, you have clearly let me know where you are in your consciousness. If you have to hold on to a game that they was running in the motherfucking 30s, I ain't got nothing for you, blood, sus. I don't have nothing for you. That's why I advise the millennials and the Zs, be careful with the elders. Be careful. Because they're still running those old programs that ain't worked for them. Motherfucker, y'all supposed to head, if it was so great, goddamn, how come you ain't stood nothing up yet? Because it was never meant.
My one friend about this. I was like, bro, like sometimes you can't trust these old niggas. These old niggas, like, I mean, everybody is not an elder. They just older than you. Some of them is not on the elder status. You don't need to give them that title. Some of them is on that bullshit. And you can't trust these old niggas, just like you can't trust the ones your age or younger. Some of them, like, just don't think like, oh, they older and they seem accomplished, successful, or some shit. No, they could be
running game
too. And don't let them try to groom you into that shit because you think you kind of come up, get put on, and you know you pledge your fraternity. That's my brother, whatever. Like, no, nigga.
Exactly. And then literally taking folks' youth into those bullshit ass orders because they old asses then tricked off their life. So that's why I say be careful of the elders. You have to use discernment. Call people out on their shit. And that's even me. You beyond that. You ain't got to go into nobody's motherfucking order. For what? They're supposed to be able to show and prove. Nigga, I don't want to hear that you collected money for this. You fencing to get some land. Bitch, how long your organization been into play? 1800s. Show me the works of your organization. Show me the physical manifestation.
There's a book, The Biggest Secrets by David Icke.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about all these religions that were backed by the Illuminati to talk to the people. You know, like the Ethiopians, they're the first underground church. They got a big, huge underground church. They're Christians. So they started indoctrinating the people, their own people, into Christianity. And then, of course, we have all the rest of them we were talking about, Noble Ali and whatever his name is. He also was marching in uniform. You know, that's a Hitler move. You know that, don't you? Hitler used to uniform the children to make them feel like they belong to something. So when you have these ushers at these churches, like, you know, Garfield had his nurses.
Mm-hmm. The usher board.
Yeah,
the usher board.
That's one thing I read. I was like, that's when you know you getting indoctrinated to a cult or a religion or some type of order, because it's a motherfucking uniform. Costume. Like, what I gotta wear this shit for?
Exactly.
And that's what they do at the churches. Even in our churches, they have the usher board, and they all have to have the hand behind the back with the gloves on, and they, you know, spotless and clean, and you know, it's like, man, what is this?
So let's just break this down. Sorry, y'all. Shit, throat dry. Anyway, let's just break this down. So the usher board wear what color?
blue or something and white, and some of them
I've only remembered them as white.
White. Yeah.
Who is? I've only seen who are on that usher board in the white.
The mother.
Women.
Right, women.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that represents the priestesshood. That represents the priestesshood. And even African spirituality, you have the women in the white, and a lot of the other spiritual systems, you have the women in the white. That represents high priestesshood. But they're still beholding to what color does the preacher usually wear?
The purple?
Black.
Some of them wear the black, but some of them wear the purple. And so that purple represents the head of the priesthood, which is the counterpart to that. They're like crown chakra. So it's all, again, ritualistic and people making allegiance to a certain type of energy. And in any one of those organizations, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it was something that I had thought of when Sis Sandra was talking about the underground churches in Ethiopia, and then when Nuwa was talking about that story of Selassie and the cave, and like them going into these underground caves and stuff, and like I read a lot of like stories about like vampires and stuff like that, and there's a lot of like stories about like immortal vampires in those underground caves, and they're very much in like these like temple orders like that with a priesthood of like, and they have to keep secrecy, so they in these catacombs. That's what they call
catacombs. Yep.
And yeah, I mean, I just like thought that was interesting how like it just and you know, just the mythology with Jesus, you know, you're gonna live through him, the blood, you know, vampires and blood and the immortals and the immortal blood and the blood of it all. And so yeah, I don't know. I just thought of that.
But a question too, isn't the story also in Jesus where he, after he comes off the cross, he goes somewhere and they can't find his body anymore?
Yeah, they put him in the motherfucking tomb, which was really a cave that they put the rock over. And then when 3 days later he had resurrected, but what some of the other texts say that the women and some of the men went and just removed the rock and pulled his motherfucking ass out of there. So that's why I said that sounds like the Marduk story.
Yeah, I said, or there was an underground tunnel.
Or an underground tunnel. Exactly. So hold that thought.
That tomb, hold the door to the left, jiggle the sword to the right, and it opens a cabin, and he walks in and goes about his business.
Yes. So in the chat, Helenese says, I told a friend of mine that's a deacon about the colors. He asked if I was a Mason. Baby, I'm going to sip some water. See, I told y'all.
You have to get in first. Only if you're a part of that family will they let you know.
Exactly. But see, now do you understand how powerful you are? That now you're remembering this information, you're picking it up, you're retaining it, you're putting the pieces together. So no game can be ran on you. They're like, what order you in? Motherfucker, I ain't in no order. Sorry, you had to go to an order, but I'm cool. Because they assume you had to go through an order to get that information.
Right. I'm just a free ass nigga. I'm a free motherfucker. You is just mad, huh? You had to do all of that.
You big man, boo. You big man. Yeah, and in their defense, a lot of them aren't. They're just so shocked, like, God damn. Yeah, boo.
Because they don't know until they know.
Yeah, they don't know until they know.
You find out.
And that's not the case with you. You get the information and you get the spark and you say, oh, shit, I got it.
You didn't sell your soul to get that information.
Yeah, because you don't need them. You don't need them. It's universal information.
But they hide it from you and then get you to worship them through
exactly
orders to get the truth, which is available to you, but they're denying you from knowing it.
Exactly. They want to ration it out.
They're blindfolding you and then telling you the truth. Exactly.
And see, as Mother Earth's Schumann resonance, which is basically her vibration, rises, they had no choice but to start putting the information out there. The information had to be put out there.
Or their contract, their spiritual contract.
Exactly.
They have to tell the truth to get the conscious off of them.
Right. That's why it is extremely...
They know that the laws of nature, all of them laws of nature still exist. They still do work on them. They just got to know, like, oh, I done did this shit, so now I got to do this to counterbalance.
Right. Yeah. They think that they're counterbalancing.
Right, they think.
Yeah, they think, but they are, still gonna be destroyed, because bottom line is, can your energy match the planet's energy? It's real simple. So yeah, it has to be disclosed. So that's why it's important for you to truly know who you are. You truly practice your spiritual work. You truly stand on your own. Use you as the main source of power first. Use you as the main source of power first. So you can become confident. You can be like, oh, well, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, you say that. Oh, okay. All right then, sweet pea. So you say, and you can keep it moving. Because once you get wrapped up into somebody else's agenda, you are signing a spiritual contract. I'm going to say that again. Once you get wrapped up in someone else's agenda, on this physical plane, you are signing a spiritual contract that you have to live through. This is about your soul and your energy. That's what they mean by consent. And people be fighting mad. No, I didn't agree to this. But then when you talk to them a little bit more, you see the program that they're running, and you're like, yeah, motherfucker, you did agree to this now. So with all of the knowledge that a lot of conscious people have, they claim they're unhappy. They claim they didn't sign up for this. They claim that they've been set up, but yet they're still running the program. Even when the universe literally puts the information before you. You ask for the truth. The universe give it to you. And because it's not what the fuck you want to hear, you discard it. Well, just because you discarded the truth, that don't make it not the truth. So you just agreed to keep going along with the contract.
It's like in the Matrix when they say you can't unlock a certain mind after a certain point or a certain age because they just can't handle
They can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. Exactly. That's why I said, be weary of the elders. That is why I said that. Because their mind is already locked.
Change when you get older, you know.
Huh?
You have a hard time changing when you get older because you haven't been taught most of your life how to change. You know, you taught your life what to do, but you never really thought for yourself.
Right. You never practice. You never practice thinking for yourself and standing on your own. Because the programming, the biggest programming is a hive mentality. Follow the hive.
Right, the hive. Yeah.
If you don't follow the hive, you're on the outs. That means you have to stand on your own. And see, spiritual maturity, you okay with that. You don't give a fuck what one group or the other group is doing, what they didn't allegedly said about you, what you supposedly and allegedly believe. As long as you know that you're not causing any harm or deliberately misleading anyone, fleecing anyone, who gives a fuck what they think?
And I agree with that 100%. It's very hard to do, but that's one thing you're going to have to get.
You're going to have to do it. You have to stand on your own.
Not caring about someone else's opinion.
Exactly.
And being comfortable to
and being comfortable in it. You have to be comfortable in it. And when I put up the podcast earlier today, and it was talking about the fall of the Black woman, my opening statement is, if you rock with me for any length of time, you're bound to be pissed off at me at some point, and I'm okay with that.
I agree to that.
Yeah, because you know, shit, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, just go back to some prior shows. Me and Sis I'll be like, no. Like me and 832 last week. Yeah, you bound to be pissed off at me at some point. Trust and believe, I'm okay with that.
I'm here for your feelings. Here for the truth.
Yeah, it's for the truth. And that's not saying that I'm above reproaching all of that. But if I am presenting stuff to you and I am laying out the truth, giving you the facts, and you want to gloss over it, but what about this? But no, I can't support that. My spirit and my soul, I'm not supporting no old fucked up programs. So yeah, you're going to be pissed with me. And I'm okay. Trust me, honey, I'm okay with that. I don't hold no ill will towards it. And, you know, mature people, they like, oh, well, she crazy. I accept all of that. It is what it is. But you have to be willing to do that. You have to be willing to stand on your own.
Putting your ego in check and doing what is required of you, not what
Absolutely.
You feel to do. Like, it's not about your ego, so it doesn't matter if it hurts someone else's feelings. It was the truth, right? Oh, well.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Exactly. And not saying that you deliberately go out and just start slicing people up.
Facts.
But when it gets to a certain point, we're having a dialogue and I see you looping. That's what I call a loop. When you're going around and around, up the block, around the corner, but you still looping. I know that you looping. And see, I'm not getting in that loop with you. Because I can stand on what I say. Well, no. Let's get back to XYZ point. But you have to be willing to stand out on your own. That's what breaking curses are about. That's what cleaning up your bloodline is about. That's what stepping outside of the matrix is all about. That's what getting off the chessboard is all about. If you just go link up with some other people and then you find out, you see the program and you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to try to change the program to help them see. Let me back that up because I want to be clear what I am saying. When you link up with other people, you feel they are like-minded people, y'all cool, we finna make something happen. You all get to navigating and you identify the program and you identify that the program is a loop and it's going nowhere. And instead of you stepping out of that program, letting them know clearly why you are stepping out of that program, you want to try to stay in it because you want to try to fix it. You know you now become part of that program, right?
Maintaining the status quo.
Exactly. You're not supposed to be trying, well, I want to make them see. So you're going to be in that loop to try to make others see that's been in this loop for God knows how long, to see the flaws in their program. That's why in the tech world, you never let the people that wrote their code test their code. Because they always gonna say they code is good. But when they shit is put to the test by someone else, they can see the flaws. And so if the developer is unwilling to fix the flaws, that program will never work. That program, what the people or that developer originally wrote it for, will never work because they're not willing to fix the pointed out flaws, or sometimes that shit has to be totally fucking scrapped. And that's where we are right now. All of this shit need to be scrapped. And you have people who have a lot of energy invested in these programs that they have been looping for decades. That's just in this cycle. We don't know how many times they didn't been through resets, wiped out, came back, and picked up these same fucked up ass programs, or maybe a new program with another twist to it. But at the end of the day, that shit ain't going nowhere. But they gonna try to keep recruiting people, but they still want you to follow this fucked up program. That's why it is important for you to be able to be strong enough to not be a part of the herd, to stand out on your own, because your soul depends on it. Not that your soul can be destroyed, but you'll just exude a lot of energy, going from one program to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other. So, all right. Okay, so that whole piece again, that's part of the program. So when you hear these Galactic Federation folks talking about 1,000 years of peace, that's a program. Bitch, all I get is 1,000. Not only all I get is 1,000, I really don't know how are you calculating that 1,000.
Is it when they got here that we only have peace? Because I swear we were here longer than 1,000 years.
Right. Because really, to be honest, if they have you on, not they have you, if you're on a lower frequency so they can feed, they're on a higher frequency. That means their calculation of what they're calling time is faster than yours. So if I'm telling you it's 1,000 years, that shit may be 100 years for you. You get where I'm going with that? That shit may be 400 years for you. and then they reset. All right. So, high above within the stars of the Aryan Empire, Marduk would find an ally, an age-old enemy of Anu and the queens of the SST throne, known as the Satar. Underground, ooh, child, we can't make this up. Underground ones. They were part of a reptilian rebel group who inhabited huge caverns within the worlds of Aryan.
What?
Baby, look at the screen. We can't make this shit up.
Oh my goodness, that's the SS. Eric, reptilians, the Queen.
Yeah.
All underground.
Constantly threatening the queens in power, they uneasily searched for new ways to undermine the rule of the queens. Despised and dreaded, the Astar rebels gave audience to the prince, promising them great wealth and power and full participation in his empire in exchange for their support. A daunting Marduk elicited their support. So are you all starting to understand when these galactic people are talking about the reptilians, they're talking about the Anunnaki, and they're talking about them fighting each other? Are you making the connection? Because Marduk is an Anunnaki. That's Enki's son. Or Prince Ea. Eagerly, the Satar seized the opportunities to support an effort against the Asar by weakening the Dak Empire. So too, the SST queens would be weakened. Perhaps enough so that their own rebellion in Aryan would succeed. Sending a command throughout the Aryan Empire to their allies, the Satar raised huge numbers of warriors, each a dedicated and willing enemy of the SST queens. Because remember, the SST queens had the power. That's why I said it had to be the queens that ganged up, that made the decision to gang up to take down Tiamat.
And now that I'm thinking about it, I look at it like ants. Mm-hmm. As they live underground, they have tunnel, and they give very credence to their queen. Mm-hmm. It's almost as if the same aspect, as if all the queens ants were teaming up as one, but the worker ants were getting upset and now wanted to go against their queen.
Right. Right. Just sort of that. Okay, willing enemy of the queen. Okay, let me scroll down.
Stop. These are 70 feet tall.
Who, the reptilians?
Yes. They got one that's 18 inches. That gets in your brain and stuff and takes over. But the ones that they're talking about, they are dealing with now, is 70 feet tall. They had that video I was trying to, you didn't get a chance to see. The super soldiers, the ones that have been kidnapped by them and operated on, and all of these movies come from these creatures. They're making these soldiers into the Justice League and all that kind of stuff. Superman and all that kind of stuff. That's real stuff. And that's what they were saying on that video, that Spike Lee was one of them 3-letter agent dudes, and they were apart dealing with these SS underground folks. And Decode said they're in this inner earth. Mm-hmm. That's what he said. They're in the inner earth, and they're the reptilians and the SS and all that kind of stuff.
Which is probably just an underground Kevin.
Yeah. And of course, they said that Hitler escaped to the inner Earth. And I don't think there was Shangri-La, as they used to call it. But
Shangri-La, and they say some say Shambhala, but yes.
Well, either way. Yeah, so that's what they're talking about. These people are these things, humanoids, reptilian type people are, and they have some that's really European looking, but they have no eyes in their socket. I have pictures of those. They had no eyes in their sockets, but they have to eat humans to get up into the sun, because without human blood they can't be in the sun. So all this stuff is existing on and under this planet right now.
Yeah, because they're, at the end of the day, they're invaders, and in the Stargate movie with the one entity who was taking over folks' bodies, you saw the his true form. You was able to see his true form. Now, these particular entities, they don't show you their true form because it'll definitely frighten you. So they mask it with the physical bodies. But the stronger you get spiritually, you can command them that you must show me your true form. And they have no choice but to show you. And you be like, God damn, if you don't get the fuck on out of my face, let me go on and raise higher. Ain't nobody got time for this bullshit. But they do a lot of masking. It's a lot of masking. They'll come to you as loved ones, this, that, and the third. And all you have to say is, show me your true form. And they gonna show you that motherfucker. And you gonna be like, God damn.
And going back to Egypt, where, as we were talking about the dog mask and all that, could that also be why they had, not only was it technology, but it was to mask that side of them, because humans wouldn't work with them if they saw their true form.
Exactly. I totally agree.
Yeah.
So when you see Haru with the eagle head, when you see Mabek with the lion's head, people think those are pleomorphic beings. But no, we're not looking at, those are mask helmets.
Exactly.
That were wearing to hide their true form.
Masking their true form. Absolutely.
You know what? I also remember saying to you that Columbus came over with dog-headed people. Remember, I brought that up a long time ago? Mm-hmm. That he dogged people with him when he came to the Americas to take us down.
Yeah, but who's saying that he did that?
The history books. I went through who was that? Caramel.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who was doing the history on that one. I think it's Caramel, if not King Trump. I think it was Caramel though.
Yeah, because that goes back to when they was like, they gonna make these people, these beings in their image, not knowing which image is gonna be. Yeah, we're not gonna make you into our true form. We're gonna make you into this fake shit that we came to you as, and we're gonna use the original people, and we're gonna use some Neanderthals and some low primates and whatever, and we're gonna make these hybrids. So you're probably hearing all these dog-headed people because there was some motherfucking dog-headed hybrids in the image of these so-called gods.
Yeah.
Could have been, or it could have been a helmet in technology.
That's why they're asking the true question: should we make them in our likeness?
That's a very good point.
Question: should we do that? Should we?
Right.
Should we hide them? Should we make them into the clones of the humans or of the place?
Exactly. But with all of that said, that's why spiritually you command. You don't ask. Please, entity. You command, motherfucker, who are you? Show me your true form. And they have no choice but to show you.
You know, that's where they get the word Canaanites.
Yes. Somebody said that last week. It could have been you, sis. Yeah.
It's in
Canaans.
Yeah.
That their Jesus talked about the dog eating off the table, and they call him that Cain. Cain, and that's the Canaanites. So does that mean that Cain's people are the queens and the ones that are all
Mm.
from us right now? So we can't really see that they're the, because it says right here they are from the Syrians. You know the Assyrians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and they said they had the DAC or the dog head, and I looked at the DAC, and they had a helmet type person.
Right.
Like you guys were talking, yeah.
Right. And it could be a combination of it. It could definitely be hybrids. It could definitely be beings that have taken on different forms, or it could just simply be a technology helmet. But Yamasi says, and that's what I was trying to get at. Yamasi, thank you so much, Yamasi Chiefess. 1,000 years is like one day with the Lord. The Lord, that's what I was trying to get at. People sitting up here entering into these agreements up there talking about some 1,000 years of peace. Motherfucker, how you calculating that 1,000 years?
One day.
Exactly. It could be the one day. It could be 100 years. It could be 400 years. Jay Rich says Drop Nation talked about the tannin dog-headed people. Okay, that makes sense. I can see Drop Nation talking about that. And Universal says Vril is 18 inches. It goes inside the eye and attaches itself to the retina. That's why the presidents were seen with black eyes and a bulging eye. That makes sense. The black-eyed beings. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. They underground.
And they wear skin suits to look like us. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why it is important for you to be in tune, because you're supposed to be working off of energy. But until you get comfortable enough in your skills to work off of energy, you are supposed to command that anyone show you their true form, your pure form, and you will be fucking shocked. You will be shocked. And then once you really start unlocking your spiritual gateways and going higher in vibration, when you start to get around some of them entities, they can't even stand to be around you.
That's facts.
And I mean, literally, I had an experience where it was in a work setting, and so I needed to fill out some paperwork, and so the lady asked, "Oh, are you in the office today? Are you at a client site?" I said, "I'm in the office." "Oh, can you come up to my office?" I said, "Yeah, I can do that." So I got ready to, I hadn't even got to the lady's office yet. I was about one office over from making it to her office. That lady started screaming. She was like, "Ah!" And she had people reporting to her sitting in cubicles, and they ran in her office like, "What's wrong?" And she's like, "Oh, what are you talking about?" And they're like, "You just screamed." Ooh. So I already knew when I went in her office what time it was. I'm like, "Well, God did," because I didn't like the bitch, no way. I didn't like her, she didn't like me. She trying to tell me what I should do with my shit, and I'm like, "Bitch, you don't run nothing with me. I don't give a fuck about your position or none of that. You can bully these other motherfuckers up in here." So I didn't like her stinking ass anyway. But as soon as my energy hit that corner, baby, that true form jumped out. As soon as I stepped in there, it was like she was trying to hurry up and get me the fuck out of there. She tried to leap out, and you can see the energy. And I stopped it right in their tracks, like, I don't think you want to fuck with me and play with me. I'm not the one. And she instantly humbled herself. Oh, so you said you want to do, yeah, that's exact. I stand by what I say. Oh, okay then. And I went on about my business. So they would have no choice but to bow down to your command. To your command. Because your presence, when you are vibrating at a frequency that's higher than theirs, it's literally painful to them. It's painful.
When you're an empath, I was going to say, when you're an empath, you can actually sense that.
Yes.
You can sense when.
And they have an aura, or I guess the best word to call it's the word aura, and it's like, you just don't like them when you just
because you feel the energy for what it is, the level that it's vibrating on, and you can start to see their true form. And Matrix is coming to its end cycle. People's true form is starting to naturally reveal itself anyway.
Yeah, at the time of the frequency is increasing.
Yeah,
they're losing their protective coat.
Exactly.
A cloak is a cloak. They're losing it, and it's been written in some books that they're gonna give it up, because they right there, that statement that they gave up, promising them great wealth and power, and they take on these things for the wealth and the power. And
right. Yeah, of course the order followers that's on the board, the chessboard, absolutely. Because all these beings have been doing is resetting. They've just been starting the game over. So that's why the information with the mud flood community, and shout out to them, they're absolutely right. All they were doing was using the technology to manipulate the frequency to reset, to start the game over.
No time on this, please.
And so now that's over with. They thought they could reset, but they can't reset anymore. So now they are setting up a total new chessboard and want you to just move over to that chessboard.
Right.
All right.
But the
Anu treaty, yeah, that treaty is up.
And it's for technology. They traded the humans to them because they wanted the technology, wealth and power, period.
Right.
No kind ideas for their fellow man. They just wanted the technology, wealth, and power.
Right. But when you understand who is whom by bloodline,
Mm-hmm.
you understand that compassion,
It's not there.
it was really not in their bloodline. Remember, they had to take compassion, and we figured out, we cracked the code that they took the compassion from the indigenous Indian Americans. So they don't give a fuck about none of that. Again, no fucks are given on their part, because it's about survival for them. All right, so by secretly supporting Marduk, success in the takeover of the Eridu colonies would give the Astar rebels a tremendous stranglehold on the 9th passageway. And remember, Anu is the gatekeeper to the 9th passageway. Okay. Now I don't know if he had gave it to Enki and Leo, but at one point he was the gatekeeper at the 9th passageway. The 9th passageway represents the Stargate. Get it? The Stargate from into our particular dimension. That's why I said you have to know who are the physical gatekeepers and you have to know who are the spiritual gatekeepers. When you understand that, you just pass them all. That's why it's important to not be on that chessboard playing one of those parts. Because if you're playing those parts, you can't get to that point to see all of the physical gatekeepers, and you damn sure ain't gonna get to the point to see all of the spiritual gatekeepers. But if you are above the board, you neck and neck with Inky, Binky, Linky and them, and you can ascend even higher than them, and then that's a wrap. That's why they told you in that Gateway to Consciousness study by the Alphabet Boys that as you're doing the art of meditation and you're unlocking those gateways to put the shield of protection around you.
And this is where I was saying with the empaths is where you have to learn to ground yourself.
And you have to ground yourself.
Will come to you, but you have to learn how to defend them by not letting it affect you directly.
Exactly.
That's what they're going to do. They're going to throw their energy onto you negatively, or try like an energy vampire, try to suck it out of you. But if you know how to let them, how can I say, feed off you without taking your energy, you can see what they're doing and learn how to protect yourself from it.
Exactly. And Sis Trusty said that's why they talk about a new, you get it, world order. Absolutely. Because a new is that 9th passageway, the gatekeeper to the 9th passageway. Now, I don't know if Anu had passed it down to one of the family members, etc., but you get what we are saying. Absolutely. So the SST queens would have to negotiate with him. Now, this is Marduk. Remember, he is the son of Enki, who is really Prince Ea. So he's the grandson of Anu, and he is the his uncle is in Leo. Anu answers to the SST queens. They gave Anu his power. They sanctioned him the gatekeeper of the 9th passageway. Now his motherfucking ass, he want to jump past his daddy, his uncle, his grandpa, and the people that put his grandpa on. And he goes and signs up or striking deals with the reptilians to take them over to use it as leverage for the SST queens. They would have to negotiate with him. So this is the fuck shit, yet again, that these particular entities keep fucking around over and over and over again, betraying each other, stabbing each other in the back, woo-da, this, that, and the third. So how are they some type of higher spiritual beings? I ain't seen what the fuck is spiritual about anything that they have been discussing in the Terra Papers, Path to Orion. Nothing spiritual about this. It's all about power and control at the expense of someone else. So now people are supposed to be worshiping them as gods, giving their energy and windmilling over them for what? They can't create shit on their own. All right. So, should the rebellion not succeed, the death of Marduk would satisfy both the Syrians and the queen. The failure of a civil war far away from the SST Empire would be tolerated by the queen. So, in other words, yeah, y'all can go on and fight it out. I don't give a fuck. You know, it ain't coming through our particular area. It's not threatening my direct bloodline, my people, me. Once again, the specter of war loomed on the horizon of the Eridu solar system. Once again, they just don't have no peace. That's because they are parasitic beings. They're not creators. Just because you have technology, that don't mean you are a creator. But the success of another rebellion in Eridu was remote at best. The great Anu and great Cashapp, Tracy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say they're not creators. They're developers. Looking at the coding world, the code exists already, the program exists already, the hardware exists. They're just writing a software to run in the program. They're developers.
Absolutely. I'm getting an explosion.
You know, that technology changed, I don't know if it changed them or made them more aggressive with the world, on the world stage. They became parasites or, Blackwater type folks, mercenaries, to go in and fight wars all over this planet for the person who yanking the chain, who they got that information from, So our soldiers, the military and everything has gone into different countries to take them down because they got that technology from these beings and they've used it to not the good, but to the detriment of humankind. And I think they're trying to turn that around. But, the soldiers don't have any say so. It's the head people who's running this planet who's got them out there fighting in, like Libya.
Right. But before you go into all of that, who's trying to turn it around? So we can dig a little deeper into.
We don't go there.
Yeah, you now didn't we just talk about this?
I know it. They call themselves trying to turn this planet around.
But who is they? Who is they?
They're saying that they're using, what is that, Galactical, whatever place, the Galactic Federation.
Yeah, that's all I wanted. Whose group? That's all. I was just asking which group is saying that. Yeah, because I'm not going to have you accountable for what they say. I just want to know who's saying it so I can break it down.
They're trying to get the humans, since we done evolved upward, to be better equipped to help the whole universe.
Yeah.
That's what the deal is. And I'm trying to figure out, really?
So basically, they trying to run another program?
Probably.
No, it's not probably. They are. They're running another program. Because...
Oh, the Lyrians, for sure, if they're part of it.
No. They are running another program.
Yeah, I'll give up.
They're because tell me how they're not running another program.
And I'm a bad person of giving people the benefit of the doubt.
So where are you stuck at giving what has it gotten you personally giving people the benefit of the doubt?
Nothing. My son said, stop doing it.
Right. So where are you on your energy spectrum with giving people the benefit of the doubt?
I'm not talking about these particular persons. I get other.
I know that. I asked you a question and I'm asking you that for a reason. It's a learning lesson. It's not an attack. It's a learning lesson.
where I am is wasting too much energy caring for other people's lives when they don't care for their own.
Where are your emotions located in your chakra system?
What level? The heart chakra?
Exactly. Your heart chakra is the gateway. It's the middle ground between your lower chakras and your higher self.
Yeah.
So as long as you're stuck in the emotions, you haven't worked out that heart chakra.
And you guys talked about that earlier, and I got it. And
yeah,
I'm gonna let it go.
Yeah, that, and see, I know people be thinking, damn, you know, why she always got to do this? I do what I do for a certain reason. That's why I said I don't mind standing on my own, looking like the bad guy, because I'm doing it for a purpose.
Yeah, you can't give me benefit of the doubt.
Because it's a program. Because, see, for me, what they not fenced to do, for me, is sit up here and tell me what somebody is allegedly and supposedly going to do. Motherfucker, let's start. Are you indigenous to this planet? We finna keep this shit real simple, bruh. Are you indigenous to this planet? No. Oh, okay, so I don't want to hear what the fuck you got to say. Call your sky daddy and get the fuck out of here before you are destroyed. I don't have to help you with a motherfucking thing. I'm not helping you with a motherfucking thing to support or reprogram another loop for your sky daddies in them program. Who? Show me your true form. Command that they show you their true form. Who the fuck are they? To be trying to tell you what you need to do and why you need, motherfucker, I don't care about none of that. Who the fuck are you? Show me your true form. Oh, okay, you're not indigenous to here. Get the fuck off of my home. Your time is ticking. Now, I can advise you to call your sky daddy and you get on that motherfucking ship, but you ain't got shit to say to me. That's how that story should end. You have officially shut down their program. They can't run that program on you. All right. That was a good lesson, though. That was a perfect example.
You know, it was one of their higher mucky mucks that was talking about how they are trying to correct the, you know, and America has a lot to apologize for. I said, well, you don't even have to go out that way. You can start right here.
First of all, I don't need you to correct shit. Show me your true form. I command you to show me your true form. This is my shit. Show me your true form. Oh, you're not indigenous to here? Get the fuck out of my face. I don't need you to correct anything. Because all of this shit is out of here. Have your sky daddy pick you the fuck up before you are destroyed. Why the fuck would I remotely trust a rapist to correct what he has done to me? No, that's not how this story ends. You don't even have the right to even be in my fucking face. You do not have the right to be in my fucking face based on what your bloodline has done on this planet. We don't have a motherfucking thing to discuss. Go tell that to your sky daddy.
Look at it like when they say they want to help us fight global warming. And then I look at myself, hold on, I'm a melanated person. If you're going to fight global warming, you're going to try to stop the sun, and you're going to make this place cold. But that's not indigenous. Our climate was meant to be a nice, hot ecosystem.
Exactly.
So how can you help me with global warming? No, how are you telling me global warming is an issue when you're foreign to this?
Exactly. Where you terraformed it. You terraformed it for you to exist here.
They're doing it. They're calling it global warming.
Exactly. Well, they terraformed it when they first landed, but every time they reset the frequency, they tweak the terraform.
Or they're getting weaker as time is going on.
Absolutely. That's why they have to.
When they first knew they were strong enough to handle Tiamat, but now as she's rising and they're getting weaker, they have to cut her off physically now.
Right. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That's why we want to correct. Motherfucker, you ain't got to correct nothing. I command you, show me your true form. Oh, okay. I see it already. But let's be clear. When I'm asking you to show me your true form, I already know you ain't indigenous. I just want to see what the fuck your true form is. Get the fuck on. Get the fuck out of my face. This is real simple. Because, see, I don't have it to give. All right. Okay, but the success of another rebellion in Eridu was remote at best. The great Anu had gone to great lengths to assure himself that another war of revolution could not occur. To succeed, there would have to be yet another group who would have to give active support to Prince Marduk, one that had a firm foothold within the Eridu solar system itself and was a part of the integral Leo forces of command. Okay. So all of this stuff that all of these galactic forces are talking about, and they want to come to us talking about what we need to allegedly do to help them reverse. Motherfucker, we ain't helping you none of that. Get the fuck on. Even your sky daddy calls on folks to help him. He really don't have the power. So now I'm dealing with you because of what now? We have nothing to discuss. How you leave this realm, that's between you and your sky daddy. Or not leave the realm, you're going to be destroyed if you don't.
Burned up.
But what you not finna do is sit up in my energy field, wasting my motherfucking precious energy on your bullshit. I ain't got it to give. Deep within the mining operations, the hen tea hybrids had proven themselves as loyal servants. Long before the Atomists had done so, the hen tea hybrids had risen to a position as one of the royal families of Eridu, most faithful administrators. Are y'all catching all of this? So first of all, you got another set of hybrids that came up through positions of royal families, so mean they had to be appointed to those positions, and they were administrators. Do you all understand why I don't fuck with nor promote administrative processes and paperwork? Because I understand the spiritual components to it.
Yep.
It's one and the same. And the sad part about it, people that dip and dab in it, I've always told you, if you're going to do it, you're supposed to be writing up your own contracts. All right, so. Administrator. And although many of the royal offspring families had used the Atomist beast as administrators over other beasts, Prince Enlil had continued to use only the hen tea, considering them to be less of a threat and much more obedient. Key mid-level administration positions were assigned strictly to the hen-T hybrids and never to an Adam and beast.
Huh.
Child, let me sip some water on that. Unlike the Adamist beast, Lord Prince EA had not manipulated the hen-T to a higher intelligence, thus making it more servile and less of a choice maker. But more.
Anthony, before you go on, just the last statement you made before you took your sip of water, that basically means that anybody in power is a hybrid, because they just said that they won't allow anyone to be in power unless they are. So today, when we look out and we see all these rich people and all these people that are so mega rich, that's proof that they're a bloodline, because they wouldn't be in that position unless they were.
Exactly. Let me go on and get the bomb. Exactly.
Did you read that sentence?
Sure, sweet pea. So, what did we say? Shoot. Oh. Promising the hen-T that they would become his administrators. Which part you want me to read? The
Wherever you are, just continue reading.
Okay. All right, now I done lost.
I think it's the sentence that starts, unlike the Atlas beast.
Okay. I hate when I do that. When you get.
You said it was hybrid and hybrid as a sub.
Okay.
Oh, when you lose it.
The hen-T was created from the cellular material of lizards. It was therefore a reptile.
You know, that's what.
Oh, wait. I know where I was. I see it. I had moved down. Okay,
Yeah.
Let's reread that because it is important.
The Hindi hybrids have proven themselves in
Unlike, I think this was where we were with the, unlike the Adamist beast, Lord Prince EA had not manipulated the hen-T to a higher intelligence, thus making it more servile and less of a choice maker. But more crucial to the planned war of darkness by Prince Marduk, the hen-T was created from the cellular material of lizards. It was therefore a reptile. As a distant relation of the SS-Ta rebels, they could be approached and possibly persuaded. This was the sentence you asked me to read. Key mid-level administration positions were assigned strictly to the hen-T hybrids and never to an Adam beast. I think that's what you was asking me.
When you see them, that's when we see them break down, and you see people saying, "Oh, look, you see their eyes and all this stuff," kind of now making sense.
Yeah,
they're hen-Ts put in position of power so that the indigenous never are in those positions.
The hybrid.
And why would they put the indigenous in that position when they are the invaders?
If we fight back.
And then this will go back because I work in aviation, and I would say I always had problems moving up the corporate ladder. But then I would then think, no, the people that were up on those corporate ladders never wanted me to be a part of that system.
Absolutely.
They always would put me in a position where I would be lesser than, because why would they want me, the indigenous, to be around them, the hen-Ts?
Right, because if I'm an invader, this is your home. I don't even have a right to be here. Why would I truly put you in any sort of position of power?
Because you'll know the game and know what's going on.
You'll know the game. You'll be able to overthrow. And furthermore, you're not a part of my bloodline. So I'm always going to side-eye you and question what your motives are. And the spell that this planet should be coming from under is just that. So when I'm telling you to command them to show you their true form, that's going to tell you who their bloodline is. When I'm telling you to don't be sitting up looking at all melanated people are the same and the white man is the devil, I'm telling you that for a purpose, because it is about bloodline. Because if I think that because you're just melanated or you're just this, you're just that, I'm never going to know who my true enemy is. And they're going to be allowed to get over on me continuously. If I do not learn how to stand outside of the hive and start identifying these things, I'm never going to be able to identify who the true bloodlines are. Because once you identify who the true bloodlines are, who is whom, you understand their motives.
You know who the pieces are on the board.
Exactly.
If you're off the board, you see them for who they are, the pieces on the board.
Exactly. So that's why melanated people are struggling with the information of the melanated gatekeepers, the melanated European gatekeepers that tie back to these specific ruling bloodlines. They're struggling with that. And they keep getting caught in a loop. That's why it is important for you to be able to step outside of that and you look at people for who they are. Command them to show you their true form. Command them to tell you what their true intentions are.
Yeah. And as an empath, start learning energy signatures so you can identify them through their energy. They can tell you they're whoever they are. They can act whoever they are. But once you can sense their heart chakra, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, because for you to even ask them, or not, you're not asking, let me be clear. You command them, you already done peeped their game. At this point, I just want to see your true form, motherfucker.
Right, you already know for sure.
Yeah, you already know. I just want to see your true form. So that's why it is important that once you learn the physical gatekeepers, you don't brush that shit up under the rug. You don't justify it. You look at that shit for what it is. Look at the bloodline and understand their position. Their position is not for you and your bloodline because they've been feeding and eating off of you and your bloodline. It'll make sense. It'll all make sense. You'll understand why they move the way they move. All right.
You know, it makes a lot of sense in the workplace too. You know, how they make sure we don't go upwards because they probably can't even compete with what we had in our brains compared to what they had in theirs.
And why would you want to go upward? And I know I'm not trying to criticize you. Bear with me. Be patient. This is not for you. This is not specifically for you. This is where I'm going with that. Why would you even want to go up their chain of command? That's their shit.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's an insult that I even have to navigate in their motherfucking system. This is my shit, bitch. None of it is supposed to be here because my bloodline isn't benefiting off of any of this shit you put into place. So I'm not interested in kissing your ass to get into your circles. It'll never happen. You're only going to let me get so far, but that's why you're only going to let me get so far, because I'm not a part of your bloodline. But me being indigenous to the land and truly being free, I don't want that no way. That's the difference. Now, I'm not saying don't make your change. Unfortunately, for a temporary spell, you have to do what you have to do, But my number one priority is me and my bloodline. Let me be clear. My number one priority is me and my bloodline. So if that's my number one priority, I will navigate and move as such. And you will find yourself a hell of a lot more successful. When you start commanding things in the spiritual world, they don't fuck with you in the physical. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. You would be able to navigate through their system without them fucking with you, because they already know, oh, that one ain't to be played with.
That's a fact.
They're going to walk around you on eggshells. Now, you'll have some of their mid-level people who call themselves managers or whatever. They'll try you. I don't play the game. Because, see, I already know how my energy system is set up. And that shit backfires every time. And, baby, I just be sitting back. Like, yeah, honestly, I'm not the one to be fucked with. You on my shit. And you thought you was nickel ass slick. And see now what they got you. Now you got nothing. When you should have sat your ass on down. Because, see, even your higher ups don't fuck with me. So now you got nothing. These are the spiritual powers that you are supposed to be harnessing.
Crazy.
The goal is not to be knighted. Do you understand what I'm telling you? The goal is not to be knighted. The goal is to not be crowned king. The goal is not to be crowned queen. The goal is to wipe that motherfucking board out like it never existed and create something totally different, totally what is in the best interest for you and your bloodline. That's what you are supposed to be doing. Anytime you're trying to move up the ladder and take one of their assigned positions, you are still enslaving yourself. You are enslaving your bloodline. You are a creator, not an administrator. Let me be clear. You are a creator, not an administrator. So your final goal is to create for yourself and your bloodline. Who gives a fuck about their system? But for the short temporary time, as you are navigating through their system, you are to command in the spiritual realm how you're going to navigate through their system, and you keep it pushing. But just understand, when you be trying to climb up and get knighted and crowned, you're entering into a contract. Okay?
Just think how this world has been set up, but we think that the people at the top, well, a lot of people think the people at the top are the most revered people.
And that's why I always be snapping at people like, damn, that woman is crazy. I be snapping like that to let people know I don't give a fuck who. I don't give a fuck about Trump, Card, Elemental, PQ. I don't give a fuck about none of them. I'm saying that for a purpose. I consistently say if you see them in the public eye, they ain't shit. Now, according to this, they ain't even the administrators. I don't give a fuck about them. I don't give a fuck about the administrators. I don't give a fuck about the people that put them on as administrators. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Because none of it benefits me or my bloodline.
They're lizards. But, you know,
Hybrids.
Right.
Hybrids. You know, they have pictures of them looking like lizards and changing and stuff. They have, you know, because the digital cameras catch all that stuff.
Yeah, the digital cameras really bringing all of this into play. It's really bringing all this into play. So y'all be careful.
Taking the pictures.
Not be careful taking the pictures. Let me be clear what I'm saying. So I want you to clearly understand what I am saying. When I say be careful, when you are seeing things, when your eyes are seeing things, don't brush that shit off.
No.
When you take a picture, you see things, don't brush that shit off. When you see people glitch,
Yeah.
don't brush that shit off.
Remember, I brought in that one of Jennifer Lopez. She was on AT&T, currently AT&T, and allegedly, I'm going to use this word, so they also, she looks dead on lizard. They thought she was looking so fine. I'm like, that's.
But you could see it.
You could see it.
You could see it. You're like, oh, okay then.
I don't know why anybody would think she was beautiful.
Because they are not resonating where you're resonating, and you can see it for what it is.
It was so obvious. I'm like, wow.
That's why I say just don't brush that over. Oh, I didn't see what I think I saw.
I saw it.
And I don't mind backing some shit up, especially if it's on video. I said, let me back this motherfucker up. I literally just had this conversation with a sis. I sent her a video. I said, this person is going to glitch. They watched the video and they were like, okay, I'm at blah, 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 blah mark. I don't see where they glitched. So I had to go back to the video and I found the spot. I gave the person the marker. And they said, oh, shit. I said, yeah, it was a millisecond. Don't brush that shit up under the rug. They have no choice but to show you their true form because you are who you are.
That is the craziest thing.
Right, but if we want to sit up and keep pretending, oh no, you know, that's brother so-and-so, and you know they cool, they've been in the game XYZ amount of time. Oh, okay then. Nah, I see what I see and I keeps it moving. See you for who you are. You're not a part of my bloodline. I know how to move accordingly. Okay, so that's what I mean by that. Be careful. What I should have said is look at the shit for what it is and move accordingly. And you have to start practicing that. You have to start commanding so you can get used to seeing these forms. Because remember, they use those different forms as a scare tactic. So once you start commanding, show me your true form, they're going to come at you scary and knock the piss out of them motherfuckers. Bitch, come at me right. And they're automatically going to flee. Start practicing it. a lot of programming was put into folk hiding their true form.
Yeah.
Command that they show you their true form. Command that they tell you their true intentions.
So if the form is bad, then their appetite would go with that lizard DNA.
Yeah, very, very well could be.
This is why they like their steaks blue rare.
Yes.
Child, and I just be straight disgusted. I'm like, I smell that blood in that. Motherfucker, you don't smell that blood. Yeah.
I've sent back tuna that had pink in it. I've sent back tuna that had pink. I don't play with that.
Yeah.
Red. Oh my God, that's disgusting. And I'm talking about some red blood that you don't even want to think about eating because they have that reptilian appetite. They can't help themselves. I saw in the palace, one of the patriots mentioned this, and I was surprised they did. I saw a video of the palace where a young man was climbing out of the window with his clothes in his hand. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was getting away from being their supper.
Did you see the one where they was climbing out the window and on a bed sheet and he dropped?
Yeah, I saw that. That's what I was talking about. And then
Same one.
Them girls were standing up there laughing. I said, what's wrong with them? They gonna stand up there and laugh because the boy almost probably felt his death. Are you serious?
Naked.
Yeah, but folks are up under a spell. Yeah. Folks are up under a spell. They don't have to be up under a spell, but when you're looking to fit into the hive, and you have spiritual contracts within that hive, you're in the worshiping mode.
Yeah, that's true.
So, number one, you can't see the true form. And the sad part about it, the Matrix, Mother Earth, is breaking it down. And their true form is showing, and folks are in such a spell that they still don't see it. Because a lot of them, their psyche, when they see the true form, they'll get scared. That's why I am advising you to start practicing command. No entity, no being should be able to step in your energy field in the astral plane without your permission under any type of conditions. You are to command them to show their true form, show their true intentions, and get the fuck on. And then once you get good at it, you just put that sigil or shield of protection around you. That motherfucker, the answer is no then, here, now, on any type of realm, forever. The answer is no, not fucking interested. Because you are supposed to be concentrating on creating. Not on the chessboard, navigating through their particular program. Okay. All right. The lizards. Okay, he could persuade, yada, yada, yada. Okay. With the behind the scenes of the Satar, the prince and an army of masters of deceit began their campaign to seduce the Henty servants of Lord Enlil, promising the Henty that they would become his administrators. I think this was where you wanted me to read. If the takeover was a success, Marduk and the Asta used every trick to swing the Henty over to the rebel side. Marduk even offered shares in the wealth and riches of the empire and future territory for their control. All this sound familiar to me.
Yeah, it does.
Isn't that, the colonization process of promising, the king promising their boys them territories and all of that? Their place in the empire of Marduk would be second to none but the prince himself. And so the secret takeover began. Using Hen-T hybrids created and developed by the Aryan SST for their own use, the vengeful Marduk secretly maneuvered his agents deep into the mines, the administrative offices, and the command forces of Enlil himself.
Okay. The gold mines where they're digging the gold out in Africa.
Very well could be. Now notice Marduk was doing that to his uncle, because Enki is his father, or Prince EA. We'll get through this last page and then we'll start giving last words. So as the Hen-T hybrids had moved up in their ranks of Prince Enlil's administration, they had become known as Tech-T, those of the Tech, the word being Enlil.
Oh my God. In the beginning was the word, and the word was
Child. They keep doing the same shit over and over and over and over again. Y'all understand where I talk about loops? Referred to as the Shiite or Sheet.
Shiite. Isn't there a tribe called Shiite? Yeah.
By the administration members of Enlil, they became trusted servants of both Lord Prince Enlil himself and the royal families. Their loyalty was never in doubt. No one suspected the betrayal.
Shiite. The Shiite rebels.
Yeah, that's some secular group today.
Yeah, it is.
I want to say it's over there in
Middle East.
yeah, the Middle East. One of them, yep. Slowly and quietly, the conspiracy began. The plot was simple. SS lizards trained for subterfuge would infiltrate the ranks of the Hen-T workers. They would spread the word and recruit their distant cousins to the rebellion. In short time, the Shiite, or it could be the Sheet, were able to pursue the Hen-T lizards to enter the fold of the rebels. The Hen-T who joined with the plot became known as Sheetite, the secret ones. Child. All the origins of these words. Following the initial infiltration of the ranks of Hen-T in the underground operations, the conspiracy moved into the very inner core of the administration of Lord Prince Enlil. The command forces, including the communication and logistic departments, were also targeted.
So funny.
Carefully and deliberately, the conspiracy gained a foothold in every department of Lord Prince Enlil's administration. Now, also, hopefully you all understand why they have everything set up as departments, even to this day, and chains of command, because they never want all of the pieces on the board to see the entire total picture of the board. That's why you're not supposed to be on the board. You see what I'm saying?
Compartmentalization, they call it.
Exactly. Exactly. You have to move up the ranks. Isn't that what the military use also? You have to move up to the ranks, and then you'll see that particular, but you'll never get up to the point where you see the total board.
You never see who's really moving.
Exactly. You'll never see really who's moving it. Absolutely. In time, Prince Marduk and the hidden Sheet-Eye were ready. Word was given to begin the attack. Invading Eridu with his warships, Marduk attacked viciously and unmercifully. Eridu, Dak, and Bay, side-eye, Bay, side-eye, Bay forces were surprised. Henty workers in communication rooms disrupted messages of the invasion, prevented effective defensive action. When finally notified, the Dak warriors responded in warships that had been sabotaged, thus rendering them impotent. Many ships were detoured or given wrong coordinates. Eridu communication systems went silent. Enlil was undone. The sheet eye and the turncoat Henty hybrids had done well. Now back to just a real quick reminder of what we were talking about. Them never making it, them never letting you only make it so far up the ladder. Do you understand why? Even with their own systems, they had infiltration because they was fucking around with different bloodlines. But it took one of their own bloodline to be the turncoat. You understanding what I'm telling you? So that means even within your own bloodline, if you have an infiltrator, you have to deal with that shit. You have to deal with it. Eridu, the island outpost of the Asar Empire, was now the seized empire of Lord Prince Marduk, son of Prince Enki and grandson to King Anu. Marduk had been victorious. The war of takeover, backed by the reptilian rebels, had been successful beyond expectation. So now this makes sense to me why it's supposedly and allegedly folks say that these world leaders really look up to Marduk. They worship Marduk. It makes sense.
Yeah, you know what that reminds me when you said that your hybrids, even one among you, will turn against you. Remember Gaddafi's son?
Uh-huh.
Own son turned against him. And that's when they were able to infiltrate Libya because the son had done that, they say.
Not surprising.
Didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Yeah, his son had done it. He had turned against his father. The daughter is the one who they're still fighting, but the son had turned to them. And what good did it do to him?
Right, but when you have either selfish folks in the bloodline, or if your bloodline, which most of our bloodline is mixed, so part of that fucked up mixed bloodline take over in that person, they don't give a fuck about none of that.
No.
Their allegiance is not to the bloodline. So that's when the bloodline, that shit needs to be dealt with.
Right.
You don't just keep letting them destroy the bloodline. That shit needs to be dealt with. That's why we have to clean up our bloodlines. And that's why as Indigenous Americans, we have to call out folks that say they're Indigenous Americans when they on some fuck shit, some fuck infiltration shit. None of that shit should stand. Prince Enlil and his followers fled back to the distant worlds of Asar. Prince Ea took many of his followers and animus beasts to his star system. Oh, ooh, shit, baby, they bringing it. Baal Adis, or the Pleiades. Place of Baal, Lord.
Well, you know, that's why they say they are in the book of Job. They're in the Pleiades. It says where they are.
Damn, but Ain't it people out here talking about some supposedly and allegedly they talk to the Palladians? Have you heard them say that that's the place of Baal?
I had heard it, and that's the one with child worshiping. You know, they sacrifice their children.
But what I'm going with this is the people that are out there claiming that they're channeling
the Pleiades.
Right. I ain't heard them come back and say that.
No, they don't say nothing about being involved.
They say that they the tall whites and they're benevolent beings, this, that, and the third. So do you understand why I told you, not I told, because it's not my place to tell you. I advised you to command folks to show you their true form and their true intent. Because folks out here channeling what this entity then said and that entity and said, oh, okay then.
But you know what they do? They kind of slick. They kind of translate that word Baal to mean something else, like teacher or something.
Oh,
like
really?
That. Oh, yeah.
Girl, you better stop playing with me, because I remember Baal representing a demon, one of the fallen angels.
That's what I remember too.
Oh, okay. Because you know I'm not real accurate on the Bible, but I do remember that. So now how they gonna sit up and justify that? I ain't never heard the Palladians being associated with Baal or Baal.
Well, I heard it in a lecture by a prominent clergy person that's talked about Baal, and I'm sitting there and be like, oh,
damn.
Talk about, maybe I know what you're going at, but no, thank you.
Yeah, that's why you have to command. Show me your true pure form and what are your intentions.
Yeah.
That'll shut all that down. That's why I don't believe channeling a motherfucker. Nigga, I ain't got to you to come to me and tell me shit.
That's crazy.
Because if you do so happen to step to me, you're going to show me who you are. I'm going to know what your pure intentions are. And that's the end of that.
Yeah.
I don't trust channeling with these other beings. I don't trust it.
And the empath, you don't have to channel.
No, you don't, because you know. You know. Now, it's interesting. I know people that have channeled, and they say what entity they got it from, and I kind of chuckle to myself when I got the same information, but I didn't have to go to no entity to get the information.
Well, you know, the person who said that was just means teacher, we just looked at it like, yeah, okay.
Right.
And
right.
She knew we didn't believe what she said.
Right,
so,
which is good. Good.
You know, I knew that word Baal.
Yeah, so people dropping great stuff in the chat. America Land says the one eye symbol is Marduk of corporations and celebrities and secret societies is Marduk. Yep.
Yeah.
I thought it was in Leo, but the Book of Enki makes it clear it is Marduk, the god of the passing age. Yep. Yep. That's why I wanted to make sure with the Terra Papers, it was going to line up to who Marduk really was. And so America Land says, El Bay El Baal. Baal. Sips water Baal. He just broke that down for you. That's why I don't fuck with titles. With somebody naming me under a title. Number one, my parents already named me. They gave me a physical name. And my dad gave me an Indian name. I gave myself a spiritual name. So I don't need to go up under anybody else's titles because I understand those are programs. Not interested.
Yep.
We just talked about earlier in this particular drop how these organizations line up to a physical gatekeeper. They line up to a spiritual gatekeeper. Again, America Land just broke down to you the titles, what particular entity that lines up with. Okay.
No, I saw the Oklahoma indigenous department, whatever they call it, agriculture or something.
Uh-huh.
It was title 25 or 75, I can't remember what. And they had all these Indian tribes with those different titles.
Girl, you better stop. Where'd you remember what role you saw that on?
It was and you know, I have it in my office somewhere, and one of the Moors sent it to me. And they had the Cherokee, they had all the tribes.
Oh yeah. I know what you're saying. And
they have those titles. Like there's a Hope L or Hope L.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Hope L, Hope Well is what you're saying. Yeah.
It's a tribe.
Right. And so when I just simply break down the etymology of stuff, just like America Land did, you crack the code, and then you able to side eye, and then folks get an attitude when they bring that doctrine around you and you not feeling that shit. Because I already know what bloodline you're a part of, no. I already done known. You ain't my people. And I don't care how you try to spin it. You just ain't my people. All right. So the royal offspring of both of Lords Ea and Enlil were also forced to flee. As Marduk landed on the world of Eridu, his place on the throne was unchallenged. To ensure that no challenge might occur in the future, the prince immediately ordered a search for any remaining royal heirs. Their choice would be easy: total subjugation or death. The entire Eridu Empire would bow to Marduk. He would see to that.
He has.
We're going to stop there. Go ahead, sis.
No, I was just looking at this. This is really crazy stuff. But you know, it is the same the techniques they use.
It's the same script.
And they have it. The art of war is to infiltrate. So our government is is infiltrated at the top. That's why it's so bad for everybody at the bottom, because they have infiltrated into the justices, the court systems.
Right, but let's be clear. Whose court and justice system it is?
This America's system. That's not ours.
Oh, right. And see, that's part of breaking that programming.
Yeah, I already broke mine with my,
So they could not have infiltrated something that was never set up to benefit you and your bloodline in the first place.
It has never have.
Right.
And so they infiltrate at the very top. I'm going back to the word. It said wickedness in high places. And they are in high places all over the people of this country. And this is why the USA went belly up. because they were stealing so bad the wealth because of the positions they were given to do that. They were trading the secrets of the military to other countries, allegedly. I better put that on there. To other countries.
Okay, so pause, because I want you to think critically.
Okay.
Because you're on the board. You're on the board. Who's really doing all of that and why? Get off the board. Because what you're explaining to me is the board. You're explaining to me what the rook, the knight, the bishop, the king, and the queen are doing to the pawns. Get off the board. Who is controlling the board?
Marduk?
Right. So at the end of the day, does it really matter what the knight is doing, what the rook is doing, what the bishop is doing, what the king is doing, what the queen is doing? What really matters? That or what motherfucking Marduk them doing to control and reset the board and blocking and controlling the ninth passageway?
Right. They use people to do that.
I'm going to ask you again.
But you can't help it.
No, you can't. Yeah, you can. You keep creating your own reality. You saying you can't help it. I helps it. That I don't fuck with it. I don't deal on the board. I don't give a fuck about the knight, the bishop, the rook, the king, and the queen. I don't give a fuck about none of it. I can help it. I control that. How can you create when you keep saying you can't help but to stay on their chessboard and be concerned? You can't create.
Well, actually, what happens to them doesn't happen to us. So it's really not our position. It's just that they make it so verbal, and so visual, so everybody can take sympathy for their position.
No. You are choosing to take sympathy. You are choosing to take sympathy for a system that was never set up to benefit you and your bloodline. And I don't fucking understand that. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I'm just saying what they're asking us to do. They're asking people, but click here if you agree to this. Click here. I can't agree to none of that stuff.
Okay, so if you can't agree, you don't agree, what can you not help about keep talking about their chess pieces on the board? Instead of talking about destroying the gateway and creating something new for you and your bloodline.
I'm doing that, but what I'm saying.
Okay, so
it up so you can.
Your words, where I'm getting.
My words are wrong.
At with you, and it's not. I hope you're not taking it as me getting down on you. I'm being the bad guy. I'm on the side. I'm standing alone. I'm the shit starter. Because I'm pointing out to you, you keep looping yourself with your words. You're looping yourself with your words. You have to be clear in your intent. Because the universe cannot help you and work in your favor when you keep fucking confusing yourself.
Your words are spells. So
your words are spells.
I said my words wrong, but they are trying to get people to go along with their program. That's what they're doing.
Right.
I'm not going along with the program.
No, I know you're not. But when you say you can't help but empathize, you just put a spell on yourself. That I can't help it. I can't help it. I got to keep watching this board. You just literally put a spell on yourself. So I'm trying to get you to step outside of that board and say, oh, okay, I don't give a fuck about none of that. That's why I can confidently be clear and precise. I don't give a fuck about none of it. I do that for a purpose.
The person that says they can and the person that says they can't are both correct.
Exactly.
So it's depending on what you want. If you
exactly.
say you can't, then you can't. Your brain and the universe will put you in a position where you can't. Where if you say no, you can, no matter what the situation is, no matter how it looks, how dreadful it looks, you will find a way.
Exactly.
So the person that says can't and can, so your words are the spells that are being cast on you, and they that's how they use it to you. They tell you can't breathe, and then they put a mask over your face. Oh, look how that works.
Exactly. And America Land says that is the consent. And America is right. That's the consent.
Yeah, that's consent.
Yeah, I can't take my eyes off the board. Clear consent is fuck that board. And even clearer consent is what board? You have to be clear in your intent. The universe gives you exactly what you ask for. You are a creator. Create. All right, so with that said, family, we're gonna wind down.
What was that, 70, 42?
With last words, because child, we went a long time last week, but you know, folks said they really got a lot out of last week's information, which was really good. I'm glad that folks did. So we will start with Brother Nuwa. You have any last words for the family?
Overall, it's just the empaths in the room understand that your sixth sense is your heart chakra, and it's up to you to exercise it so that you get more comfortable using it and become second nature. Because once you can figure out who people are based on their energy signature, anything they say to you, you would understand where it's actually coming from based on its intent. And outside of that, give thanks to the feminine entities in the room, all the females in the room, and we'll see you guys next week.
All right. Thank you so much, my son. Thank you for joining the panel tonight and giving us the male energy as well and the male perspective. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, just a little last words. I'll say the same thing I always say when it comes back to it about being creators. And you know, every time we have these talks, it's always, you know, something that we can point out that can get us towards, you know, being that creator and going within ourselves. So, you know, today we're talking about, you know, this energy and opening the chakra and being, you know, accountable for, you know, yourself and what you're going through. And, you know, and everything is not just a blame it on this and a blame it on the system and then on this person. You know, you got to bring it back to yourself. That's where it all starts with. So, yeah, I love everything. I love you guys, and I'll see you next week.
Okay, and thank you so much, son. Thank you for just always being such a great support and adding just a beautiful perspective and the male energy and perspective as well. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, it's been very informative, and seeing they use the same tactic 24,000 times over the billion years.
Right.
You know, and I'm appreciative that the people like the information that is being put out, because it's very pertinent to this day and age.
Yes.
It's extremely pertinent because the same players are in place.
Yeah, it's the same script. Yeah.
You know, and so I think that me and my empathetic self, because of my chosen profession, I need to kind of like pull myself away from all that because you don't like people to hurt. I don't like
Yeah.
people to hurt because that's
I
my
get it.
is to help them. So I'm gonna, and then they got this name. My name is the same is translated helper of mankind.
Right.
So it's something I have to work on. I have to really, really, really work on. I do not consent. Thank you so much for not. Don't write that no more.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay. That's why, you're here. We're doing what we're doing so we can all be reminded. We can
Yeah.
all keep reminding each other, and we're doing it out of love. Child, don't consent to that bullshit.
No, but I do have.
Them niggas ain't shit. Don't consent. Don't consent to that. So yeah.
No, I have military. I have military connections, and that is where I stand in this situation. And there's a lot of military in my family.
Uh-huh.
So, and it's hard to see them. Well, anyway, never mind.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. That's why, when we were talking earlier in the game, I said, the family is the hardest part. It's the hardest part. But what I realized for me, and, I'm not by any means trying to tell anybody else anything. I know for me, I could not step off of my path because it's only one. It's at least, I shouldn't say it's only one. It's at least one in the bloodline that's going to break the curse.
Yeah.
To free up the bloodline for when the rest of the bloodline is ready to step into the higher frequencies and realms, you've cleared the path. So if I'm clearing the path, I've given, the bloodline relatives a semblance of what's going on and they're not ready. My particular path is not to keep trying to make them be ready. I have to complete what I'm supposed to complete. They'll be okay.
Yeah.
But that's hard for women. You really, really, you go through some stuff.
And especially when they're very close.
Hey, you don't have to tell me. You really, really go through some stuff.
Yeah.
And it does. It takes a lot of spiritual work.
Let go. It's, I'd be sometimes wondering what's on their minds. What makes you do that?
Yeah, but that's the empathy part. But that's the natural feeling, especially for women as well.
Well, and they're trying to make us have compassion for the man next door to take the hoochie coochie. Well, you know what? The man next door took the hoochie coochie. That's a business. Leave me alone. So I'm not going to go into the game that they trying to.
Exactly.
At least I recognize the game.
Yeah, and so you just have to practice it. Like Brother Nuwa said, you have to practice controlling your emotions.
Yeah.
But that does not mean you're not going to go through a grieving process, especially with your family.
There's a lot of gyrations you go through when you.
It is. It's a lot. And it can get quite lonely.
Yeah, it does.
It can get quite lonely. But the more you practice it, the more you keep moving forward, you'll get over that also. Because once you go back around that fuckery, your energy and patience are going to be short. You're going to be reminded real quickly why you do what you do and why you keep it moving. That does not mean you don't love them or whatever, but your mission is your mission. And actually, they're benefiting from your mission. An entire bloodline is benefiting from your mission. They may not be benefiting right now. They may not be benefiting in this particular lifetime. They may have to repeat a cycle, but they will benefit from it. And you're able to keep it moving. And if you look at it from a higher realm perspective, that should be even more a motivation for you as a creator to create, shut the shit down and create, so people really have the opportunity to be free.
Yeah.
Because being on that board is fucking exhausting.
Well, it's hard to see it. It's hard to see.
That's why you can't be on it.
Yeah, and I have
because you can't. If you the pawn, you can't see.
You know,
hell, even the king and queen don't see from the top advantage standpoint. That's why you have to practice not to be on it. And that's a part of getting your emotions in check, which equals unblocking that heart chakra. And it takes practice. Because not only are you breaking spells, you're actually reprogramming your subconsciousness. And it does take work.
You know, that's the worst thing is, when I was growing up, I was looked at being military as a proud thing to be. And as I get older, I realize it's really something that they were pawns in a lot of things. And this thing right here with Marduk and his extractions and all this kind of stuff, it's like, whoa, wow. Isn't that awful? I saw a video where some of the entities, drug military off the field after they've fallen. And that hurt my heart so bad I didn't know what you were saying.
So my question to you is, why are you watching things that hurt your heart?
Well, I didn't know they had that there. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay, in your defense. So yeah, that's why, for me, certain things, if I don't want to be bothered with them, I'm not going to motherfucking be bothered with them.
I was surprised to see that. I was like, oh.
Yeah. And when you recognize something that you don't want to be bothered with, just cut that shit off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know several people trying to get me to watch Handmaid's Tales. And I'm like, what's it about? Oh, they suppressing women. I said, why in the fuck would I want to watch that bullshit? It's really good. I'm not watching that fuck shit. You want me to sit through hours and hours and hours of motherfucking folks suppressing women to the point of slavery.
Yeah, that's not
true. How's that helping my psyche? You think I'm finna spend my energy watching that bullshit? No, I'll pass. I'm good.
It's like watching sci-fi murder. Who wants to watch that stuff?
Or watching slavery movies.
Yeah, who wants to watch that? At least you know what you don't want.
And it doesn't matter what they don't know. The answer is no. I'm not fucking interested. And I keep it moving.
When they spring it on you, it's like, oh my God, what? And I just click. And I turn it off, But
yeah, and that's what you're supposed to do. You turn it off right away, but it takes practice. Yeah, it takes practice. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes practice. You have to work at it.
Yeah.
And the more you work at it, the easier it gets. So, all right, family. So with that said, thank you all. I was trying to read that last particular
I am for a
chat. America Land says the consent doesn't seem permanent because they are always inviting us to their contracts. Yeah, and that's the thing. You have the power
to say no.
Yeah, because once you say fuck nigga, I'm not interested, I don't consent to it. But that's why I put out there about you command. You command. You are to show me your true form and your true intent.
Right.
And then they gonna be like, oh, this bitch ain't playing. No, I'm really not. sir and ma'am, or it. So they're not even gonna bring that fuck shit to you. It takes practice. It takes the point where you're vibrating, where it makes them uncomfortable to be in your presence. Create. I ain't got it to give to be fucking around with no gatekeepers. I don't have it to give. I'm done with that. Create. But you have to practice. Get off the board. All right. So, with that said, family, thank you all so much. Truly appreciate your support. This has been a wonderful show. Thank you to everybody in the chat that put something on it. Thank you to my wonderful panel. Thank you to my co-host, Sis Sandra. We will be back next week, honey, to child. These people are a hot mess.
They are.
Now we on Marduk and his fuckery. So we'll be back next week. We're almost done with it. It'll be probably a couple of more shows. So thank you all so much, family. I wish all of you well. So peace and love. We fencing to be out. Love you all very much, family.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to True Uncompromised.